Hello, everyone. We are we should be live. We are back to part two now of Jedi. Um, as you may remember, the book, like last time, we covered the Jedi Academy trilogy retelling of the book. Now we're gonna do the second part, which focuses more the on Tavira's pirates, the Invids, and on the abduction of Mirax and how Corran is going to save her. This is the last 20 chapters, so roughly 300 pages of the book. Yeah, we're gonna finish that up. We're gonna watch Matt Wilkins reread. Gonna see what he thinks about the book. I'm sure he's positive. And yeah, that's basically all I have to say for now. Once again, joined by Greyholm and Pico, and sure we're gonna have fun covering this, and we have to take all the fun we need because dark times are ahead of us.
It's Callistan
Good
time.
luck with Children of the Jedi.
Yeah,
I guarantee that you will hate at least 2 out of 3 Callister books far more than the Jedi Academy trilogy, and you will like one because it's an improvement over the Jedi Academy trilogy.
I can guess which one it is. That
Yeah.
I almost have a hard time believing it, but then again, I had a hard time believing that a book could be worse than Jedi Search, and I was visibly proven wrong, clearly without contest. So yeah.
All I know about Darksaber is that they randomly go to Hoth at one point, and that's already a point against.
Okay, that one, it's actually not so random.
Okay, it better not
Kevin
be.
actually justified it.
Okay.
You see,
Okay.
Callister has lost her connection to the Force for some reason since her body swap. So Luke basically brings her on a romantic honeymoon journey through all the planets where he really felt the Force. So they go to Dagobah at one point. They go to Tatooine. They go to the spot where Ben's ghost appeared in Hoth, and some stuff happens in Hoth. So it's kind of valid. It's much more valid than the constant references in the Jedi Academy trilogy.
I guess so. I mean, if there's some point and stuff hey, remember this line? You heard that, right? Oh,
there's actually a point to it. It's
okay.
Luke bringing Callister there so that she can try to reconnect with the Force. So it makes sense.
That's something, I guess.
I mean, if we remove the Jedi Academy trilogy, we would be fine with it, probably.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah,
we'll get there.
So yeah, so exactly. In this chapter, so it's chapter 27 of Jedi, so roughly the middle. Corran has now left the academy and joins with Booster on the errand venture to try to figure out how to save Mirax more or less. I have to say I really like Booster. Booster's just fun. Whatever he says, it's always fun to read him. Pretty simple most of the time, but I like it. There was this one interaction that he had with Corran, where Corran is I think they talked basically a bit about how Jedi are and the Jedi training, and Corran says the Jedi training doesn't lead to you becoming less human, and Booster says tell that to the population of Karida. It's a bit, once again, it's a bit cheesy to bring it up like that, but I like it. I have to say, yeah, I mean, it's sort of a valid point.
it makes sense.
Yes, because we were in this weird back and forth of how guilty is Kip actually? What did he do actually? Is he possessed, just a vessel? Did he do something that he wanted to do? It's all very...
It's a really interesting conversation that doesn't get talked about at all in any books. They just gloss over it.
It's only brought up in this book, really, when Corran and Luke are talking, and Corran points okay, I don't think he was possessed, I just think he was influenced, because why didn't he kill you? Which is a valid question that the other book also didn't answer. Okay, he made him unconscious, why didn't he just kill him immediately? It's okay, this isn't something that Kip actually wants to do in the first place, but Kip does want to kill Imperials. So, but yeah, the trilogy left that a bit unanswered, which was pretty unsatisfying, and it's good that it's brought up here again, because yeah, it's a valid question. Yeah, but this chapter really doesn't have a lot going on. There was just a little a quote from the OT in here as well, where like Booster is basically threatening Corran, like if Mirax dies because of you, or like we won't be we won't be happy anymore, both of us. We're gonna be like sad, but you won't be sad for long because I'm gonna kill you. And Corran is like, no, you. Oh no, I think it's Corran. It was Corran who said that to Booster. I'm not quite sure now anymore. And I think Booster said, "Oh, you'll try," and Corran said, "There is no try." It's like, okay, it feels a bit more earned. Like it's still just a OT quote basically, but it's like, okay,
It's something Luke would have taught, I think.
yes, because like this actually is something like you could argue this is something philosophical that a Jedi should learn. Like, don't be. What? Are you hiding the link this time? You mean the StreamYards? It's in the Matt Wilkins channel. If you want to, you can go in there. Yeah, exactly. So Booster will just collect information. They more or less agree. Okay, I will collect information, see what I can do to find out more about the inverts, and Corran is going to try to infiltrate them and defeat them from within, which he's gonna do now. So, chapter 28. We're still on the errand venture, and Corran, basically from his perspective, like describes how the errand venture is is separated into different areas, and there's a level blue, it's called. And he says, like, oh, there are Boba Fett impersonators there, Han Solo impersonators. And he said, like, and if there are, like, even there, although there are too little, there are also Princess Leia impersonators. Like, this is, you could almost say this is sort of a setup of I think the worst part of the book that's gonna happen later, which is that apparently, like, Corran's lust is really one of his central character flaws. And I mean, we're gonna talk about that. It's not that easy, but it's sort of, yeah.
This connects to that. How again?
What? I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
This connects to the impersonators connects to Corran's lust.
No, he was like, oh, there's like Boba Fett impersonators, there's Han Solo impersonators, and even though there's like unfortunately there's too little of them, but there's also Princess Leia impersonators, which to me sounds like he just wants like more hot women impersonating Princess Leia, I guess. Hello, Mr. Swedish man.
The impersonators in general, it actually seemed like a subtle reference to Jodo Cast.
Jodo Cast. Oh, that rings a bell. Can you briefly explain?
Boba Fett impersonator.
Oh yeah,
He basically stole Boba Fett's armor.
The meme, like the
he wanted,
okay.
The meme like from the Spider-Man comics, but Star Wars.
Exactly. Yeah,
Boba Fett pressing a gun to Boba Fett's head. Yeah.
Yeah, or the meme like
that's a Jodo Cast incident. He pretended to be Boba Fett.
Yeah. Oh, that may be
true. And actually, Boba Fett's daughter also pretended to be Boba Fett. Which is why it's why he acts out of character in Young Jedi Knight. So it was really his daughter pretending to be him.
I mean, if that's the actual connection, that would be fun. Yeah. Okay. Obviously retroactively, but that would be sort of
pretty cool possible connection.
That would be fun, yeah.
And I mean, come on, so many people really want to be Boba Fett impersonators.
I think it makes
sense that people in Star Wars would do the same.
Yeah, that's another issue you often see in like other novels. How do they not recognize these people?
Yes, you had that, and we talked about that a whole lot actually in Jedi Search. I think it's like how does even throughout the trilogy, it's like how does Morith Duel not know who, let's say, Luke Skywalker and Lando Calrissian are? Like they are standing in front of him, they are not hiding their face. He just doesn't know who they are.
They killed the Emperor.
Two things. One, I think heroes often seem a lot larger than they do in real life. Like,
I guess
Morph Duel wouldn't have expected Luke to be that short, for instance, or just have that plain-looking face. So with no lightsaber, it's harder to make the connection.
Yeah.
And two, a lot of these people have been watching Luke Skywalker and The Revenge of the Jedi. and other such holodramas referenced in Shadows of Mindor.
Yeah.
So I think people might not recognize the actual heroes themselves because they've been watching the holodramas way too much.
Yeah, but in the holodramas, they have like live, like one-to-one impersonators. You see that in, I think, Legacy of the Forest Betrayal or Exile. I remember there was a point of like, you look just like the real thing, or they say like they say that the Han Solo is pretending to be an impersonator. I thought that was a bit silly, actually, but
Han Solo pretends to be an impersonator of himself.
Yeah.
It's like Spider, like, wasn't it the Spider-Man novel where someone told him like, oh, you look just like Tobey Maguire?
Yeah.
I think I heard that one. No, that's fair. Like, maybe you can sort of make the excuse for Luke, but Lando as a like underworld person himself, yeah, I mean, whatever. It was like, it wasn't the main problem, but it was like, it's not well explained. Like, if I see the author at least recognize that this could be a problem and it's referenced in the book immediately, like why there's a reason, perhaps why he doesn't know who they are, then I can at least appreciate that there was an attempt. But it's like, even if you don't even attempt to like explain it, it's gonna be difficult for me to, to appreciate that. So we get to see Corellia now in the beginning of the second part. Corran is going down on Corellia to visit, what was his name? Ristek Horn, so like his adoptive grandfather.
Horn, yeah. Side note about Corellia. I read the Corellian trilogy relatively recently, and I was shocked because Stackpole very clearly did his research. Like, there's some direct references, like he references street names at one point, I think.
Yeah, there is a street name, like there's the famous boulevard or something.
I think that was the one, something like that. There are a few direct references, and it's completely accurate. I just still wonder to this day what Rostek was doing during the event of the Corellian trilogy, but I guess we'll never get an answer.
Yeah,
pretty sad.
I mean, he like in the last page, like where Stackpole is like giving his thanks basically to other authors, he does reference like A.C. Crispin and Christine Catherine Rush, who constantly like went through the little details of the history with him. So maybe one of them helped him to connect it to. I mean, both of them didn't write the Corellian trilogy, obviously, but maybe they helped him like to make it.
Still pretty possible. I'd assume that A.C. Crispin references it a lot.
Yes,
and
she should, like, probably.
Kristen Catherine Rush, she was really big with continuity. Her and Kevin, actually. And Stackpole himself, of course. And Stackpole really references the Corellian trilogy a lot, especially in Dark Tide. You have the whole Centerpoint thing.
I should have read Corellian trilogy before NJO, honestly. It's actually really important for it.
Yeah, it's really good, but that's it. New Jedi Order still lets you read it without the Corellian trilogy, which I've done. But now that I've read the Corellian trilogy, I'm going to do a New Jedi Order reread.
Oh, that's nice, yeah. That's perfect.
Yeah, I have all the Han Solo books, all 6, plus the Lando books to read. And
yes,
Young Jedi Knights reread again, and then I'll launch into New Jedi Order.
Yep, that's cool. That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna try to cover as much as possible before NJO, like just everything. Even like
I might also read Crimson Empire. Yeah, I read Rogue Planet pretty recently, as well. The only thing that I read in addition was Cloak of Deception. Noah made me assume that Virgia was actually doing Virgia things, but she was just a generic Jedi placeholder.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yeah, it was pretty sad.
Sad, yeah.
I was hoping for Virgia moments, but she just did Jedi stuff, and that was it.
Would be nice, yeah, but that's a shame. Yeah, exactly. So we're on Corellia, and Corran is talking about something that made I was not sure what to think of it. So he calls, like, he's thinking about a guy called Stave Paxton. Like, I think he's only referenced in one sentence in this book, probably, and never again. Because apparently
that is correct. I checked. Yeah.
Yeah, because like apparently he's like I'm not sure what it was called, like Smash Ball or something, like some Star Wars sports star basically, who apparently had an affair with Princess Leia at some point. Like that's what he.
What?
Yes, and that's what he said.
So,
Like I mean,
wait, is that a
affair doesn't
wider
have to mean
reference?
what? I'm sorry.
It's not a wider reference.
I don't think so. I've checked the
Nope,
Wikipedia
it's not.
page.
It's only in this book.
Oh.
It's only.
I
So
see.
it's
mentioned
probably setting up for
once.
something, and they forgot about it. Basically,
I guess
Well,
so.
okay. Tagpole's only books after this, unfortunately, were just Dark Tide.
Dark Tide, right? So.
yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, I was thinking. I mean, obviously, affair doesn't have to reference cheating. I mean, that's not
Yeah.
what a word only means. So
No, it's just a romantic thing.
I'm assuming
Yes,
that he had
exactly.
a romantic thing with Princess Leia while she was in the Senate or something.
yeah. But
Yeah,
then I
it-
wondered, like, when they met, when they met Han Solo and like when Han, Luke, and Leia met for the first time, Leia was like 19, I guess, or 18, 19.
Oh no.
Yep.
And I was wondering, like, okay, I'm just gonna assume they didn't do anything like afterwards. Like I don't know.
No, it's,
I think
I
we
don't
can
think she
say
would have
first,
time to do it.
Yeah, she
was-
after
Yeah,
episode
She would
four.
Full-time
so
rebel.
we can
Like,
assume
she
it was
seems to-
just like a whirlwind romance. Just
Yeah, probably
I
like for a
guess,
couple
yeah.
months before episode
Yeah.
4, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I guess so. So she was like 18.
maybe while she was an even younger teenager, like 16,
Actually, I think it would have to be because by the time episode 4 comes around, then she would be
She's already
effectively a
pretty active in
terrorist, right?
rebellion. Yeah.
Yeah, more
So,
or less. Like, yeah.
okay, so what about before the Force Unleashed? Basically, I think that works.
I guess so.
There's like a brief thing before the Force Unleashed.
I don't think like there's no reference for how old she is.
In the
No,
Force
how
Unleashed.
old the dude is. Sorry, I'm sorry. How old?
I'm
the-
gonna to assume he was like maybe around her age, so maybe
Same
when
age.
Probably like
Yes,
20 if
yeah.
he's a sports
Yeah.
star, right?
and we don't even know
And
like
sports
18,
stars should be
19, 20.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I guess like
I think
obviously
it's
the
reasonable.
I mean Corran was pretty confident in that information being true, but then again it's his perspective that we're going to read about, so perhaps
Yeah.
it's just also not true.
It might
Because-
also be a completely urban myth thing.
Yeah, because the book also references that it is like those are rumors, and like he said, oh, he was pretty sure that or he was sure that it was true. It's like, okay, that sounds like a such whatever. I'm not sure what this is supposed to reference or set up. I'm not that sad that it doesn't really set up anything, but whatever.
It's just kind of a
throw
thing that
away.
exists. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a line, whatever, not really that important. And yeah, so we get to see Corran's grandfather, and Corran's grandfather, I think this is something I can just now summarize. He has his own little shtick, basically, in which he is pretty knowledgeable on more or less all of the stuff that happens on Corellia, or that used to happen on Corellia, and he describes his little way of preserving information that he wants to preserve, which is he is very like he's a gardener. That's basically his thing, and he describes that there's like parts of the DNA more or less that are malleable, that are not like that don't say anything, that are just like empty, and you can like if you know what you're doing, you get to change that, and you can like get information in there if you would want to, and that's basically how he archived all of his dossiers about let's say politicians, and also that's gonna be like that's a setup also for something that's gonna be important later. Also, the entire life of Nija Halcyon is archived in basically the DNA of plants, and also in the subsequent work of his. So like he wrote articles and stuff, and he more or less hid the information there. That's why he has like a
Hidden
very
in plain sight type thing.
exactly, yeah. And that's sort of the justification why he has such a secure and like well kept spot on Corellia is because the people who would obviously be against him leaking any of that information know that like that is the plants that he did, that he grew, and that he stored information in are all around the galaxy basically. And if something were to happen to him, then at some point this would come out. Like, okay, maybe a bit far fetched, like, but I think it was a nice idea, I guess.
Was all his information kept within plants? I thought it was just the Jedi information, but
I think it's just the
haven't
Jedi stuff that's in.
I think so.
Yeah,
Like in the
I thought so
beginning,
too.
in the beginning, it's described as dossiers that are in the plans as well, which I think it was described as like, famous politicians of Corellia or something. But the only thing that's important because it's like brought up later on and paid off more or less is the information on Nija Halcyon and the Jedi. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean that's like I
Okay.
guess the only important part of that.
Yeah.
Yep, that's all really I have to say about this chapter. The next one, yeah, I mean it's Rostak exactly explaining what I just said to Corran, and we also we get a bit of introspection from Corran, and this is something I also like. I observed that in the last part already, and in this one also, is that Corran gets described as a lot more arrogant than I think people give him credit for. Like he has a, I mean, obviously he's supposed to be like the Top Gun type of Star Wars character because that's the books he originates from, more or less. But he has his humble moments, and he does think about like, what would I have done? Let's say if I was in the shoes of Luke Skywalker, he always references he wouldn't have been successful where Luke was, and yeah, and in this one he thought that his family had basically a pretty high status for their connections with Corsac, and he was always under the impression that the Empire, because of this status, would not be able to really do anything against them, and he therefore usually ignored like he was sort of in a like a well-kept child. Basically, he ignored other people pointing out problems about the Empire, and was pretty arrogant about that. And he now realizes, okay, all of this stuff that used to happen in the past, like people who stood up for that, they were actually pretty brave, and I was sort of naive, and a lot of people died even for the stuff that they did and will never get celebrated for it, whereas he now gets to be in the he gets to be in the spotlight. He's the big hero now, and he does like he has a bit of regret about that, like how he treated other people, or how he used to view other people, and I like that he has a bit of all of these little growths throughout the book. Makes him a bit more relatable. I think I get where people are coming from when they say that Corran's sort of a arrogant and too strong and whatnot, but I think the book does a lot to he does a lot to negate that criticism and do a bit more for Corran's character.
To be perfectly honest, I never really saw much of the. I never really agreed with the Corran's Gary Stu argument because. Okay, do people call Tom Cruise Gary Stu in like Mission Impossible and stuff? Not really.
I don't think so. I mean, he's vulnerable. Like, what was it, the Phantom Protocol? Was it that one where he's
Ghost
pretty
Protocol.
vulnerable? Ghost Protocol,
exactly.
right? Yeah, that was the German title. Sorry, Ghost Protocol. Like, he's very vulnerable in this. He's constantly at a disadvantage. Like, and it's the same here.
Yeah.
Like, Gary Stu is a bit.
It's not like he has no challenges. He actively faces challenges. And
exactly.
This book, okay, to skip ahead a bit, he gets all his clothes burnt off. Yeah. And he almost gets outed and gets saved by Eligus going, you're drunk, what on earth did you do to your speeder bike? Why is there only a handle left? Which was a priceless moment, probably one of Stackpole's best. But yeah, he actively faces challenges, and he has moments where he completely acknowledges his flaws. I mean,
and then has his brain to fix it.
But
yes, like in this
exactly.
one, he would have he acknowledges that he was like that Elagos, because Elagos warned him before that scene, and he acknowledged that what he said, but he was like, yeah, I'm gonna do it anyway, like he has to. There's no other chance, and he acknowledges that okay, Elagos was right. I was wrong here, and he saved me. Yeah,
and he has growth.
Yeah, like I wouldn't even accept that. Like people also try to claim that about Anakin, like Skywalker, and it's like it's not even true there. Like,
no,
how?
Yeah, like
He gets his arm chopped off.
Let me
he
guess.
tries
all
because he
all
tries
the
spinning, and that's a
people
good trick.
haters.
It was a good trick, though. To be fair,
It was a good trick. I mean,
It was a good trick.
but no, like
It was a good
Gary's
trick.
Gary's too. Like I wouldn't know. Like I don't even think. I wouldn't know who to apply this argument to. Like, if there's actually somebody I would unironically
in
call
Star
that.
Wars, I don't think anyone.
So
really.
far,
The problem with the term Gary Stew is that it was used to describe male Mary Sues, and
exactly.
Mary
yeah.
Sues are only a common thing in postmodern feminist
Yeah, like-
Hollywood.
Mary Sue
Which-
is not. Yeah, Mary Sue is not something you would, let's say, apply to a character from the 50s, like really, because it implies a bit more than just an OP character. But yeah.
I don't think modern Hollywood really would make a male character like that.
Yeah,
I think that's the last thing on their minds.
Yeah, I mean, if it were to happen that he was one, I would call him out. But I don't think there's a lot.
I don't
of
think I've ever
evidence.
seen one.
Oh, I
No.
know one. If you count on Disney.
Mhm.
Din Djarin, for
Yeah.
example.
I could see that. I could see an
Good
argument
point.
He has
Yes.
dumb invincible armor. He
there.
always
He has no
wins fights.
personality.
Yeah, he's such
He
a
just-
fucking. I hate him.
He has like plot armor forever. That's true.
Yeah,
I mean, he has
he has
built-
literal
plot
plot
armor.
armor.
Remember the time when everyone started shooting in his armor?
Yes.
Yeah,
He's not-
he just goes through. He just goes through it all.
He
Yep.
just runs through it, like not even a shot through the gaps. It's not like he's wearing full plate mail. He's wearing a Curious and some other plates.
Mhm. Yeah, it's true.
And then they pretended it was some huge sacrifice because he got impacted a few times and staggered. Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, not even the ending of season 2, like was kept. Like it was immediately, it was
I mean,
reversed
okay,
in
he took
another
off his
TV show.
helmet. So what? It got reversed. Who cares? And
It's true.
Bo-Katan apparently removes the helmet nonstop.
But
It
at
gets
least,
accepted.
but at least
in
that
the third
stupid
season,
dark
which
saber
I
is
thankfully
destroyed
have
now.
not watched.
That
Yeah.
stupid dark saber is finally.
Now we are
destroyed,
left
thank
with
God.
the good dark saber, which is one of Kevin's best.
Oh,
ideas.
we're gonna read that after Children of the Jedi.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, like Noah offered me, I could like maybe read Daily Han Solo or Lando, and it's like, yeah, I mean, I will read that before Angela, but it's like no, I think I gotta
Just
really
You
get
have to
Callista
press on
done,
first.
and
I
then
have to get Callista done, and
You
afterwards
have to
it's
get
like
Callister, and then unfortunately you also have Black Fleet.
Black Fleet
Yeah.
isn't so
If you
bad. I really
dislike
like
the
the idea
Jedi-
of the Yavita.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but if you dislike the Jedi Academy trilogy, you're going to hate Black Fleet more.
that's a big
really?
statement. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's a
Especially
very big
Leia's
statement.
character.
What? I'm sorry?
Leia's character, but okay, basically the entire Black Fleet crisis would have been solved if Leia was not written like an absolute idiot.
Oh, that's cool. I
Alright.
mean,
Yeah.
we'll get there.
This
We'll
is
look.
part of what Catherine Rush meant when she said some of the characters, some of the other authors didn't write Leia in a way that I completely agreed with, and they focus and they didn't. They
is a
just
fair statement
relegated
to
her
make,
into the role of being a mother or something along those lines, and then basically
What's wrong with her
Rush
being a mother?
made her. No, in that she doesn't do anything beyond being a mother.
She doesn't
Or
even. Usually, she
she's
doesn't
just
even
a
do
lot
that though.
dumber.
yeah, I
That's
was
the
like,
problem.
Good point.
I would like her
Yeah.
being more of a mother.
So
Yeah,
actually, let me see.
Han
if
more
I
I
have
of
the
a
can
reverse.
find
The
the
reverse criticism, actually.
You could say
wait,
that.
let me just get the book off my shelf
Yeah,
um,
we're just
and
gonna
see
go
if I
on.
can find the quote
We're gonna
because
go on
it's
so long until you
right
find it.
here somewhere. Oh wait, no, it's not in the book. Sorry, it's in. I'll find it on the internet and say it when I find it.
Yeah. We're gonna just go on.
Yeah, keep
further.
on, keep on. Keep
Sure.
on.
Chapter 30, we're on it now. So Corran goes down to Corellia. It's like he describes it nicely. He describes it as basically the perfect planet to bring children into the world because like Coruscant is too urban for him, whereas a planet like Yavin 4 is just too wild, too unkempt for him. And I like Corellia. I think Corellia is an interesting planet. I always really wanted to know more of it, and it's good always when we get
Except
more
from
of
the
it.
Solo movie, we can live with that. Now.
That looked
It's so terrible in the Han Solo movie. It's like a
so gray.
cyberpunk world.
Dude, after reading Crispin's solo trilogy, I was like, oh, they try to do all of that. Oh, screw them! Like that was very insulting. Yeah.
I found it.
Okay. Yeah.
She goes, quote, I wasn't all that fond of the way that the previous books had gone. I hated what the male writers had done to Leia, making her a wife and a mummy instead of the strong woman that she was. And so I went back to the first 3 films, which I really, really loved. I worked as well as I could within the framework of the previous novels, ignoring as much of them as possible, and restoring as much of what I loved about Star Wars as possible. Lucasfilm was very supportive. They gave me pages of detailed notes when I was done, but those were mostly terminology nits and actual changes. So she basically was trying to reform the Bantam era's bad treatment of Leia, which I can respect.
Would have been better if you skipped the male writers.
Yeah, the specification that it's male
terminology
writers.
was very unfortunate given the modern political climate.
I guess so.
But
Yeah,
it is technically true because
I
don't agree. I think Zahn wrote Leia very well, actually, in both
Zahn wrote
Thrawn
Leia
trilogy.
very well. Yes,
Thrawn and Hand of Thrawn.
That was an unfortunate incident of having to compress 3 books into one. Stackpole and Olsen didn't really write Leia. Michael P.Q. McDowell wrote her terribly. Vonda and McIntyre wrote her pretty well. Barbara Hamley made her terrible. Roger McBride Allen did a pretty decent job. So a good half of the maybe about half the books don't really treat Leia exceptionally well.
Yeah,
in the case of Black Fleet,
especially like Zahn, like Thrawn. I mean, she kept doing she was the one responsible for the No Greed joining the New Republic.
Yeah,
that's not a
in Hand
little
of Thrawn.
Yeah,
she steps away from Chief of State to become a mother. I think that's really admirable.
And I mean, I can sort of understand that. Like, it's that's not the most irresponsible thing to do. Like, you have children. They're arguably the most important children you're gonna bring into the world. Like anyone from your side, so might as well take care of them a bit.
Yeah.
But
I think we'll talk more about this in Hand of Thrawn.
I think so too. Yeah.
And
I mean, there's a lot of stuff I haven't read.
Callister
I will
Black
have to
Fleet.
wait.
I guarantee that you will hate Black Fleet more. Guarantee.
I'm reserved about that, but I'm gonna see. Perhaps it's the case. Oh yeah, we have. So Corran is on Corellia now. He has a little dream that's also, in hindsight, it's obviously a setup for something that's gonna be paid off later, which is a dream about Nija Halcyon fighting an Ansati Dark Jedi called Nikos Tiris, which is apparently the fight. It's the fight in which Nija Halcyon gets to die. It establishes an interesting force power. I was not sure what to think of that force power. It was interesting, but perhaps it needs a bit more polishing. It's basically energy absorption and then release. So what happens is that Nikos Tiris defeats Halcyon. He stabs him, I think, through the shoulder, and he's basically dead at this point. And in his last effort, before Halcyon becomes one with the Force, he absorbs the energy of the lightsaber, so that the lightsaber completely basically turns off, and he manages to kill Tyros with releasing the energy he has absorbed, and dies immediately afterwards himself.
Two things about that. Number one, I think Corran absorbs energy a lot throughout this book, and he does release it. He just uses it for telekinesis and such, so I guess that's fair. And it's actually referenced in the sort of cinematic when Satil Shan fights Malgus.
That's what I wrote down as well.
That was pretty cool.
It's pretty nice. I'm not sure if they consciously thought about referencing that when they made the trailer, but yeah, I immediately remembered the fight between Malgus and Satil Shan on Alderaan, I think, from the cinematic trailer.
Yeah, it's Alderaan.
Yeah, where he stabs her and she pushes her
Oh yeah,
hand
she takes the
away.
saber.
He slices her lightsaber in half, so she puts her hands out and then she absorbs the lightsaber blade.
Yeah,
which is pretty cool as a last-ditch effort by a really powerful Jedi. I like that.
Yes, it's nice. And
It's
more.
It gives them a fighting chance, basically.
Yes, and
it's not like once the lightsaber's lost, they can't do anything. Even in medieval Europe, if you lost your sword, then you just pull out a knife, or if you didn't have a knife, you'd start grappling
Punching.
people and doing stuff
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
No, I liked. I was like, okay, I'm gonna need to see. Like, I mean, it was obvious that this was a power that would be used throughout the book. I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to wait and see like how it's going to be written. We have one more like pretty pivotal scene later where that happens again. I think it's one of the better justified force powers. I wouldn't say it's particularly OP in that sense. It's pretty strong,
Yeah.
obviously.
But it's made very clear that only the really powerful people, or especially gifted ones in Corran's case, can use it.
Yeah, and Corran also, he's gonna suffer from the usage.
Yeah, and he can't use telekinesis, so it's not like
Obviously,
he has this extra power but no weaknesses.
true.
He's a Gary Stu.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes with a trade-off, which is actually a pretty cool trade-off
That is
in
true.
terms of lore.
I mean, if we think
Different
about
Jedi,
like,
different strengths.
yeah, that is also something I wrote down. It enables different Jedi. Like that's also what I liked about Corran's, speciality, that he can do these projections, like mind projections. Basically, it's like it enables Jedi to have different fighting roles in the Order. Like, basically almost like melee fighters and ranged fighters, to use it very simply. It's like it has a bit, like, it gives a bit more variety, and it's true, like, it's very simple stuff. Telekinesis, like just the pulling of the lightsaber when it was like blown away, he can't do that. He needs to run to it and pick it up with his hand, actually.
It's very D&D like.
Yes, that's
it's an
true.
extremely D&D like thing, but it works really well and it's handled really well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have a good dungeon master, they can do this sort of thing and pull it off really well as well, and it really shows, I think.
Yeah, I think it was
Like
a fair trade-off.
All the trade-offs that you make, and Stackpole really uses that limitation quite a bit. It's brought up in New Jedi Order a lot too, actually. There's one pretty amusing incident where I think it was Ganna. So Ganna teases Valen about his inability to lift up a rock, and then Valen gets ants to do it for him, using as a mind projection.
What?
And then he has them go bite Ganna. So he sets ants on Ganna. I think they were ants. It was
I guess
pretty
this is
funny, and then
something you can do.
Corran shows up.
I mean, I guess this is something
it's
you
in
can
Dark
do.
Tide,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's funny. I mean, yeah, obviously it would be a Dark Tide.
And the Dark Tide is a pretty good thing between Ganna and Corran going on.
That's good. That's pretty good. I heard a lot of people saying Dark Tide is
Dark Tide,
Stackpole's magnum opus. So
Yes,
yes,
100%.
The last two books he wrote, and they're spectacular.
I
Stackpole,
cried.
while he started writing X-Wing books, all the Top Gun stuff, very action adventure-y, a lot of people doing and saying cool stuff, blowing things up.
Yep.
Stackpole is surprisingly philosophical. He's not Stover, but I mean,
that's true.
he does a very decent job in iJedi, and he can really make you think at times.
Yep.
And his exploration of what Jedi do, and constantly going between the highs of Jedi and all the sorts of heroic stuff they can do, as well as the flaws of Jedi, like when Anakin, the whole business of Center Point Station. I'm not going to spoil it. In Dark Tide.
It's
really well done.
Yeah.
The Center Point Station thing. The two of you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I think Stackpole is really good at that for someone who's arguably best known for his X-Wing books, where people jump in starfighters and just shoot things.
That's something that especially surprised. I mean, you have like very little Jedi stuff, like not even really Jedi stuff in Kryta's Trap. I think it was where Corran gets to learn about about Nija Halcyon. But I was also
he visits a museum.
Exactly, yeah. But going into iJedi, I was expecting like, okay, pretty decent like military fighting stuff, because that's the thing that I know him from, and he does that pretty well. And like okay-ish Force stuff. But when I started reading it, and not even only that it's philosophical, like there's a lot of philosophy that that makes you think perhaps, but it's really hard to understand. No, it's very easy to read. That's what I loved about it, especially the lightsaber fights. They are really well described. You exactly know how they are moving, where attacks are supposed to land, how the defense works. We get that in the training.
The Rings of
from-
Defense thing was really cool.
Exactly that. We get that in Kam Solusar's training sessions and sparring sessions. It's very, very well described how the Force works, like how the first Force reacts to, let's say, your emotions. It was surprisingly deep for someone, who, like you said,
you
who's
really get to
more
know
known
what it's like to be a
for that.
Jedi.
Yeah, that's I really liked that. It was also surprising me a bit, but no, that was very well done. I have to give him a lot of credit for that.
We got to give him a lot of credit for that.
And it's in this chapter as well. Like you have a lightsaber fight, so obviously Halcyon against Tyrus, very easy to read. Exactly, you know how defense works, you know how the attacks work. It's nice to follow.
yeah.
It's pleasant to read. So you have Corran. Okay, so Corran now is in this little phase where he's unsure whether what he learned and did in the Jedi Academy was even worth it. He questions whether he didn't even whether he only wasted his time there.
Of course.
Because what he says is that the Jedi are about saving everyone, saving indiscriminately. That's the Jedi way. Basically, you save regardless of who you are encountering. And he says pretty clearly, like, the only one I'm interested in saving right now is Mirax. Like, I don't really care about anyone else. You get a few caveats to that later on when he accepts what it is to be a Jedi, but I mean, he's pretty desperate at this point because he still has basically no clues about Mirax.
It's like there's a reason this book was in first person or something.
Yeah.
It's almost like there was a point to it.
It's not like it was an archaic writing style that no one should use nowadays. Yeah, right, Matt.
You care about everyone except Jason.
I care about Jason.
I do too.
Do you care about Kaidos?
By the way,
No, fuck him. I hate him.
Okay. Yeah, that was chapter 30.
by the way, about Tyrus, something that you might not have picked up on, he's holding his lightsaber in a reverse grip.
Oh, I actually did not.
Ahsoka reference.
This is actually the first time someone uses reverse grip in Star Wars.
Obviously, Ahsoka and Galamaric.
So I have issues with reverse grip in lightsaber combat. I have no issue with it being used to deflect the blaster bolts.
Yes, blaster
but
bolts.
I have
fine,
issue
whatever.
in actual lightsaber combat.
Yes,
that said, Wizards of the Coast actually released an online supplement that said a lot of Jedi Masters actually frown on this, which made me laugh, so I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's funny. I mean, the only thing I really knew about Wizards of the Coast, I think they sent Pinkertons after some dude who released a review too early. But that was fun, I guess. But no, but it's actually a good point. Like reverse, I mean, everyone, you don't even need a lightsaber. Like just take anything and like swing it basically like you would hold a medieval sword, let's say, and swing it in a Ahsoka Galamaric way. Like it's stupid. You obviously see that you don't have enough strength.
I maintain that it actually makes sense because he's so powerful that he just blitzes through all the blaster wielding opponents, and he barely fights people with lightsabers.
Yeah. I mean,
and he wasn't trained to fight people with lightsabers, so I'm fine with that.
Yes.
Yeah, but I also hate his character.
Obviously, it's incredibly stupid because of how many times she fights Grievous and Ventress and somehow gets out alive.
Yep.
And in the cast Tyrus, well, he's a Dark Jedi, so he's clearly stupid, and therefore I can laugh in his face.
Yeah,
and he died.
It's a stupid thing.
Yeah,
it's a stupid thing. You obviously lose a lot of power when you swing backwards. It's fine if you only fight against blaster enemy. Okay, because it doesn't matter how much force you have. It's just the fact that
you also
you have a lightsaber.
It lets you bat stuff back slightly better for downward angles. You don't have to reverse your wrist as much.
Ahsoka can hold back Vader with a reverse grip. I mean, fuck it, no. What's his name? Grievous. Padawan Ahsoka can hold Grievous with a reverse grip. One hand.
Wait,
I
Though,
need to drop to go pick up my book. Sadly, I'm going to be
Okay.
missing the most base
Correlation
chapter of the book,
Trilogy
chapter
Oh.
32. But you guys are going to talk about that for a while.
that's
so-
unfortunate. Yeah, but all right, we're gonna see
I'll
you
be
later,
back
man.
in how long?
I'll
how
be
fast I
back.
can do. So I'll be right
So
back.
said Arnold Schwarzenegger. You should have done the impression.
All right, man. So yeah,
But
you know exactly like Disney.
the only
Disney
one
Vader
thing
is
reverse
so-
grip can do, actually, there's this weird technique in the German manual that I read.
Okay.
Basically, there's a half reverse grip. So you do this special helicopter-y cut thing, and then as you reverse it to come around the other side, you let go of one hand, and then you put it back on your sword in an inverse manner. So your thumb is towards the pommel, the thumb of your backhand towards the pommel. So when someone tries to parry in this way, then you basically have your sword pointed slightly downwards, so it actually still hits them.
I guess you can make a lot of stuff with that. I mean, you even see like in
Yeah.
the fight in the Phantom Menace where Obi-Wan fights Maul. You see him because like he obviously trained that to spin his saber like in his hand like that. You could also make like, okay, you know, he's constantly changing. Like sometimes he has it like, you know, in a direct grip,
Yeah,
and he
like
can spin it,
1
put it in
second
a-
thing, sure. You
Yeah,
just
like,
shouldn't
it's a
hold
short
it that way
thing.
the whole time. That's just stupid.
Yeah, maybe to confuse, to
You
surprise.
lose your
like,
reach, you lose
okay,
your strength.
but-
Yeah.
Yeah, but otherwise it's a stupid way of fighting.
Otherwise,
yeah.
yes, you shouldn't do it, and it's good that Wizards of the Coast acknowledged it.
That's actually funny. Yeah. So chapter 31. Okay. Corran now decided on his plan. He's gonna adopt a fake persona, basically, and he's going to infiltrate the Invids as a pirate, and he's trying to, you know, go up the ranks. Are you spamming someone again, or why?
No, just pressing space.
Just press space. Okay. No. No, exactly. So Corran is going to become a pirate, try to rise up in the ranks of the Invids of Tavira's pirate squad, who he has a very good, you know, a very good indicator for that she is the one who's holding Mirax hostage, or who at least is responsible for Mirax being held hostage. He will leave Corellia now on a luxury yacht. That was okay. That was a little weird thing, but it wasn't that big of a deal, but it was just a weird thing. So he's afraid that Imperial sympathizers like will find out who he is when he leaves Corellia and try to turn him into the I don't know how it's called in English. In German it's called Diktat. So the current government, like the pro-imperial government of Corellia, it's called the Diktat of Corellia.
Yeah,
So-
it's actually called Diktat in the English one as well.
Okay, so
It shows up in the Corellian trilogy. That's another reference.
that's good. The Diktat gets
Yeah,
always like
the-
referenced when anyone, even when Wedge, I think in Rogue Squadron just talks about Corellia generally, or Tycho.
Yeah, it
Sometimes
really
also,
shows
I
that
think,
Stackpole definitely read the Corellian trilogy,
which
which is why they used him as they basically called Stackpole in the planned New Jedi Order as the Bantam guy because he kept
The
up with
Bantam
continuity and didn't get
Yep.
fired like Kevin J. Anderson presumably did. I'm not sure, and
That's good.
Kathleen Rush definitely did.
yeah. I mean, I
It
assume
wasn't
I'm
her
not
fault. There was a stupid thing with the guild, Writers Guild or something. It wasn't her
that's
fault.
It's so unfortunate.
And
always,
it's
like,
pretty
when
sad
real life
because she
stuff-
wrote a really good book and she clearly liked writing Star Wars.
like when
And I
real
suspect
life
Kevin
stuff.
was in on it too.
Yeah, when real life stuff like gets in the way of that, it's always so unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's
Like when Stover got sick and
Nah,
his output decreased a bit. Yeah.
that's in hindsight that's very sad. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yes. So okay. So what they make a point here now. So leaving Corellia, Corran is a bit afraid, which I guess is a reasonable fear to have because he's afraid that someone will recognize who he is and turn him to the Imperials. Rostek is basically calming him down, saying, "Oh, they like the people guarding are basically stupid, and they would never believe that someone like a rebel would be so dumb to infiltrate Corellia and then try to leave it again." It's like this is not really how you get to write that logic. It's like, no one would be so stupid to try and assassinate the US president, so we're not going to guard him because, like, nobody would be so stupid, right?
I hate that writing.
That does not work. That's not how
Yeah,
it works.
that's not how it works at all.
That's
You can't just do that. Imagine if Palpatine had. You know why the Royal Guard exists?
Yeah, because people might try to attack him, and perhaps in one situation he's actually surprised, and that's gonna be
that's
the
like
one.
that's like the same writing they have for the Kenobi show. In the
Yeah,
I remember because nobody would bother attacking anyways.
Exactly. That's so.
Ironically, this
that
is
no
after
logic.
Fallen Order, where someone did attack.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
he had to turn his ship invisible using Night Sister magic to get past the Star Destroyers that now don't exist. He then had to disable the shields to drown half the fortress.
Yes.
With their transparent steel that would not get broken with a single blaster bolt. You'd think that they'd have learned their lesson by now, but no, they apparently keep their shields disabled and have their Star Destroyers go away.
Yeah, I thought for a second I thought about if I wanted to play Jedi Survivor, then I saw on YouTube the fighting scene between Darth Vader and female Beetlejuice. I've forgotten her name, and Vader's basically like beaten up almost to death in that fight. It's like, okay, no, gonna skip out on that one. Thanks.
Jedi Survivor is pretty decent though.
Yeah, I've heard that as well. I've heard that
I actually saw someone look at the sword fighting. Someone apparently, like the choreographer, clearly did his homework.
Yeah, I kept being recommended like advertisement videos of him. I'm not sure what the guy's name is, but the mocap guy for Cal Kestis. He seems like a decent guy who's like at least paying attention, like he wants to do it the right way. That's always nice. I can appreciate that.
I can appreciate that, especially when you have certain writers like Sam Maggs or actors like Moses Ingram around.
Not gonna open that can of worms. You're absolutely right, but
good point. That will lead us for another 24 hours.
That's true, because that's a whole topic for itself. Yeah,
or maybe a week.
Yeah, no, exactly. So you have like we said. I mean, this is not like this doesn't make sense. You don't get to write like that. Nobody would attack. Like nobody would be so stupid. So why should we defend anyway? No, like Fort Knox is very well guarded for a reason.
Nobody would bother attacking it anyway.
For a reason. Yeah, nobody would attack it anyway. So why guard it? No. That's not how it works. So we get now, obviously, we get introduced to the Invits. They just seem like assholes. Like they are. I mean, they sort of have their anti-imperial outline a bit, because the Imperials like used to be the dominant force, and that's a little thing that's going to be relevant later. But in the end, I mean, they are pirates more or less. They go for resources. They attack people. Usually they kill people. We're going to get to that too. And yep. So that's that. Chapter Pico already mentioned it. Chapter 32 is probably the most based chapter of this book, I would have to say.
Why?
So chapter 32 mentions that Booster is going to like be in some way now involved with Lando, and Mara Jade is present on the errant venture as well. So it's Booster, Corran, Mara Jade together for a minute. Booster says like by you two, referencing Mara and Corran, like I will go and care for Carizian's well-being. That's more or less what he said. And Mara, like being really annoyed, says, "Don't do that too much." I was like, "Oh, thank you. I love it. I adored that scene." And also,
you like Hand of Thrones
fixing
of this issue.
Have you read Hand of Thrones?
No, I have not.
Oh, we're gonna love getting to that. It's so good. It's so good.
Right now, I'm at the latest point in the timeline that I've ever read to, and by now I want to like read chronologically more or less, because I've like went all over the place before.
Oh yeah.
Have you read all the post-Endor stuff leading up to this, or do you have any gaps?
I have read post-Endor. I'd have to read. So I haven't read the movie novelizations, but I have read post-Endor. I've read Bakura, Mindor, Courtship, Tatooine Ghost, Rogue Squadron, Wraith Squadron, Thrawn Trilogy, obviously, Assad's Revenge, Jedi Academy, Jedi. I think that's all of Post Endor up to this point.
I think it is, yeah.
I mean,
let
I'm
me
not sure.
just
It's
double
Heart of the
check.
Jedi.
Bounty Hunter Wars.
Oh yeah, you should read Heart of the Jedi just because it's there.
That might also be
decent.
a fun book.
It's fun, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, let me just check my timeline here.
Yeah, check the timeline. I think
Post Endor.
I think it's all.
Yes,
Bounty Hunter.
you have everything up to
Bounty Hunter
Jedi.
Wars, yeah.
You can
What?
just pretend that Bounty Hunter Wars doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I still haven't read that series actually.
Is Bounty Hunter Wars like after Endor?
Yes, it's during, a bit after.
It's during, but a bit after.
During and right after Return of the Jedi. Like
okay, yeah, I don't think that's particularly like relevant.
It's irrelevant. I still haven't read it, so just
it's Magneto Alex. It's infamously Magneto Alex's least favorite.
You can combat Magneto Alex with it later.
Are we gonna read Crimson Empire?
Crimson Empire 1 and 2 I have read. I will read. I
need to read all of it. I still haven't.
Yep, I've read 1 and 2 because 3 is like I think parallel to Crystal Star, so it's a lot later.
Yeah, I love Crystal Star.
I'm gonna have to.
Crystal Star's great. Praise Waru.
Yeah, I will come to that also. I have read 1 and 2. It was immediately after. Yeah, okay, so exactly. I've read Dark Empire. I've read Retreat from Coruscant. I've read Lightsider, and also Crimson
Rogue
Empire.
Squadron comics.
I've read. I'm still missing the last 2 issues. The last 2 runs. So
I just read
Masquerade
comics
and Mandatory Retirement. So the Fell arc, the ending of the Fell arc, that I haven't read yet. Everything else from that I have read. Crimson Empire I've read 1 and 2, obviously, because 3 is later. I'm gonna have to check in the Discord. I did write a few things about Crimson Empire. I don't know if I have enough. Yeah, maybe it could be like a shorter stream, or maybe even just a video, because like it's a shorter comic book run comparatively to other things like Republic. But yeah, no, that's true. I have read that. I think other stuff, yeah, novels. I mean, okay, Bounty Hunter Wars, whatever. No, but I've read. So far, I've read everything post Endor until Jedi.
Yeah.
Jedi. Yeah.
I think you got it. Sorry to say this whole Pico's gone, but I need to quickly go finish up my essay. So.
Oh no.
I'll hop off for a bit, and then if I can, I'll come back later. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I can't give input then because I haven't read Jedi.
Okay. I mean, perhaps I think there are a few less scenes anti Jedi Academy trilogy here, apart from this chapter especially. But I mean, yeah, if you want to drop off, you also can.
No, I'll stay here. I got time.
Yeah. Oh, we have the Matt Wilkins one afterwards. That I have to.
Oh, and I don't want to read Invincible anymore.
His reading for Invincible is gonna be wonderful for you too, I think.
Oh, Josh said like, "Oh, you were probably like jerking off." No, I was beating the book. I hate it so much. What have they done to my Jason?
It's few books that would get me. So like, Courtship was the one. Like, I read the first 2 chapters and I wanted to throw it against the wall. That was the first time really where I said, I truly hate this experience. Dark Empire I didn't like, but I didn't hate it. Like I was like, oh my god, screw this, I can't do it anymore, I hate it. No, like it wasn't that. Most even books that I don't really like are not like that. But yeah, that was something. Yeah, one scene that I also referenced before. So Mara constantly gets gifted clothes by Lando because like he's trying to woo her basically, and she looks disgusted at them. Because yeah, he just keeps sending her clothes and she hates them. So instead she just steals his clothes because at least he has good taste and material stuff. Which is like timeline wise, if you just go through the books like in the chronological Star Wars order, you could say that it's a setup basically, but it's a retcon actually of, as we know, Children of the Jedi, where we get to see I think like Han or somebody is having a talk with Mara Jade over Holo, and apparently she's like wearing Lando's clothes in that conversation, and then like before the conversation ends, Lando is like appearing behind her, implying very disgusting things that are very nicely retconned.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were retconned. Oh. And in Hand of Thrawn, I know that in Hand of Thrawn they will be retconned in some way, and I'm looking forward to that.
Nobody likes Lando and Mara except for Wat Milkins.
It's really only Wat Milkins. Like even KJA when told, like, apparently I've been told that in Darksaber, like even when he was told, like, okay, no, everyone hates Callista, like screw Lando, screw Callista, bring Mara Jade back, and like at least set up like a flirtatious moment. And he was like apparently happy to do so and did it. You could also just said no, like he's not gonna set anything up. He's just maybe write Callista out, but not her. But he did it, which is I guess nice. Yes. So Mara asks Corran about Luke. Like she had a little smile and asked, "Oh, how was Luke when you left the academy?" And it's like, "Oh, thank you." A nice like basically a semi interaction between the two. Like that was what I wanted. Thank you. So oh yeah, and Corran tells Mara like, "Oh, Luke was happy you checked on him when he was sick, but he was mad that you already left when he got got okay again. You spent and so that's just something that Corran brings up. Like you spent more time with me than you spent with him." And Mara just like immediately snaps her head like, "Oh, what? Wait, he doesn't think we're together, right?" Like, oh, thank you so much. Oh, that was so. It was like so. It wasn't even a big part. It was like I think 2 or 3 pages perhaps. But it was so nice to read that. It was so cleansing.
How come only the fans understood at the time that Mara and Luke belonged together?
I don't like. Look, we spoke about this a few times. I'm sure Zahn didn't plan ahead of them being a romantic couple when he finished The Last Command. But the ending of The Last Command made it very clear that they will have interactions like of some sort. Like,
oh, yeah.
They don't have to marry immediately. That's something that I've heard people criticize about Hand of Thrawn. It's like they don't date, they just immediately get married. But you also have to say that, okay, this is the last Bantam era novel, and Zahn is the one who gets to write it. And he's like, oh, if I don't write it in now, the next Kevin J. Anderson is going to come in and like do some bullshit and write it out again. So I have to get them together right now, right here now. And yeah, I mean, obviously they don't have to get married immediately, but like by the time of the Jedi Academy trilogy, they should be friends. Like they should be
very good friends.
Good friends, yeah. Like they trust each other. They, brothers / sisters in arms. But no, they understand each other. I think they are very competent together, and they understand that themselves. And you can do a lot of that before you can slowly introduce like romantic feelings. Don't need to rush it. Nobody, like, I don't want them to get married at the end of The Last Command. Obviously, they don't have to kiss at the end of The Last Command.
That would be so weird.
That would be really weird. But
Zahn was implying something when like Luke handed her the lightsaber. Like he wouldn't do that unless something was meant to happen.
I will always remember her last line because it's an obvious setup. So she's like unsure whether she wants to, because Luke by now is pretty sure like, okay, I need to do what Yoda tasked me to do, like pass on my knowledge, find more Jedi. And Mara is unsure. Of course, Luke wants her to join him, but Mara is unsure because she doesn't know whether she wants to become a Jedi. And he's just, I'm gonna give you this lightsaber. You've earned it. You've proven that you're worthy of this. And if you feel like it, just think about it. No, no pressure. If you feel like it, come with me, or come talk to me. And he goes off, and she's just standing there looking at the lightsaber, and then she's like, immediately, hang on, I'll come with you. It was like, and nothing more. That's a perfect ending of their arc in The Last Command. Perfect. Like, yeah, that obviously implies more. And no, they don't have to get immediately together, but it's, come on, like, if you would have asked, like, around that time, do you want Luke to get married, and if yes, to whom? Like, do you think Jem would have won, or Mara Jade, or Or if you give them an outline for Callista, do you think it's going to be Callista or Mara Jade? That's so
that's my least favorite part of Dark Empire. It's Gem and that Blob Jedi.
The Blob Jedi.
No, he's a robot blob. I forgot his name. I always forget his name, but he's the one who saves Anakin. I hate him so much.
I remember him.
I hate him. Everything about him is so annoying. His voice in the audio drama, his look, the fact he's retconned, thankfully, by Legacy of the Force, no matter how painful that series is.
Yeah, especially if you consider, I think Gem is explicitly 16 in Dark Empire 2, and by that time, Luke, I mean, no matter whether, even ignoring that Dark Empire was moved in the timeline a bit because it got in the way of the Thrawn trilogy, Luke was an adult at the end of Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, what? She's 16.
How old is he in Return of the Jedi? I think 23.
20? Yeah, 20. Because I think it starts
1 year. It was supposed to start, I think, 1 year after Return of the Jedi. That was the initial plan. And I think Return of the Jedi, it's 4 after the Battle of Yavin, I think. So he's 23.
Yeah.
And so he would be 24 at that point. And now it's even worse because the Thrawn trilogy is 5 years after Endor. And Dark Empire is 1 year after Thrawn, so he's now 30 already. I think he's 30.
I think he's mid-20s, I'd say. Mid-20s, probably.
I have no idea. Maybe I'm just screwing it up.
Mid-20s, early 30.
Yeah. So sorry, I've been having this comment up. Love these long-form breakdowns you have been doing. Thank you a lot. It's very nice of you to say. I see a lot of EU YouTubers do their videos. I'm mostly influenced, you could say, by Noah from Quality Autism. That's how I got really into this, actively into this community. I've obviously watched Matt Wilkins. They are more the types to do videos. I've seen Mac reviews. She's also doing very nice videos. She goes a bit more in depth. Usually
I love her videos.
They are really great. Yeah, 15-20 minute format, which is also a nice format. But I was I really actually I talk a lot, evidently, if you can see that. And I like going, almost autistically into this. And so, yeah, I think streaming is, for me, it's just the appropriate form of doing that. And yeah, long format, I just love going into every detail, trying to connect everything. Does this make sense? Does that make sense? Feels a bit more satisfying just from me personally. So thanks for the nice comment.
Most people do what Matt Wilkins does.
Yeah, and there's a place for that, and there's a type of person who can really focus on their thoughts and just pull up the crucial points of a story, of characters, and put them in, and just go on, finish the video like that. I'm not I'm afraid I can't really do that. I just had a few bullet points for my courtship video, and it still managed to be 40 hours, not 40 minutes long. Yeah, so this is just my kind of content, I guess. Yes. So Corran once again wants to, or let's say Stackpole through Corran more or less, wants to try and explain Luke's, let's say Luke's convictions through the trilogy, through Jedi Academy trilogy, by saying it's only really a minority of people who are very clearly on the light side or very clearly on the dark side, and most people would fall under they're sort of, they sometimes do this, they sometimes do that, because of course Corran sometimes has acted out of anger, where you can argue he was in the dark side more or less now, and he tries to connect that to that to Luke's conviction, because obviously we know from Dark Empire Luke had to pay a very high price for his fall. That's pretty obvious that he had to pay a high price, and that now he more or less projects the price he had to pay onto others and assumes that the Force works the same way for others, which I guess you can sort of understand, because Luke by now, if it comes to Force users, Luke mostly had interactions with people that were very clearly trained and very clearly, like, firmly on one side or the other. I mean, arguably, of course, Darth Vader is sort of an exception to this, but he met the Emperor, who was very firmly on the dark side. Obviously, Yoda and Obi-Wan were very firmly on the light side, and he tries to connect that to, okay, the price he had to pay that he saw for the dark, like how the dark can impact you and can destroy everything if you're not careful. He now tries to, tries to project that onto everyone else and tries to get them to act accordingly. And it's like with a lot of stuff that tries to contextualize, previous situations in this book. It's not perfect. It's, I think, the best you could have done with it. The attempt is appreciated. Like, as always, it's always good if you can read your stuff and previous stuff and see that there's room for problems there, and be like, okay, there's something there that I have to, that I have to take care of. Always like that. So, Kip, we obviously have still Kip Duran is around. Corran brings up a little thing that just sounded interesting, but I'm not sure if this is ever going to be a thing. In which Corran mentions the possibility that the survivors of Karida, so basically inhabitants of Karida who were not present at the destruction of Karida, may at some point like try to set up a tribunal, a court of some form to get Kip to confess to his crimes.
Yes.
Is that something that's going to be a thing later on? I don't know.
No.
It's not.
No. He never gets prosecuted.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, it's a nice setup.
What he did was good. He killed Imperials. Come on.
I mean,
he genocided billions of lives. How do you not understand how good that is? I see myself in Kip Duran.
Oh, that was a beautiful quote. I see myself in Kip Duran and say, oh.
And then in his reread, he said, what he did was good. What he did was a good thing.
Once again, I 100% say I love Matt Wilkins. He's S-tier YouTuber, but
yeah, like you can't defend that. You can't.
It's European humor. We like to make fun of things and also people, and we don't mean it in a bad way, like in an unfortunate. Yeah, okay. That's very. It's a very weak statement to make, I would say personally, but yeah. No, but yeah, I said like this is a perfect chapter 10 out of 10. It's like Christmas in summer. It sounds maybe ridiculous to people, but it was after 3 books of Lando's trying to pick her up, and he's also trying to pick her up. Lol. Like, okay, that was a very nice, very big retcon to that. And
I'm just gonna go get some water.
Yeah.
You go on.
So that was chapter 32. So we're gonna go on with 33. So Corran now infiltrates the survivors. The survivors are basically a subgroup of the Invits on a planet called, I'm gonna butcher that name, I think Kuyumen. I think that's pronounced correctly. Kuyumen. He's basically, what his thing was is he stole a ship from them and he returns it to them, and he counts on them like basically being impressed by the theft that he committed, so that they will offer him a seat on the in their squad. You can argue that is maybe a bit too shaky. Like it could have still been the case that they just kill him for stealing their ship, but I think, considering like they are obviously just a bunch of criminals themselves and they rely on people being very talented, not necessarily them being nice or morally upstanding, but just efficient in fighting. Okay, I understand why Corran thinks he would get a seat in their squad for that. And yeah, I generally like he's pretty. Corran is getting into character, which is funny. It has there's a few fun conversations that he has. Yeah, it was maybe a bit shaky, but I think it's a relatively solid explanation on how he gets to the survivors. So chapter 34 would be the next one. So nothing much to say in that one as well. So Corran now flies his first mission. So in German it was called Rockgeschwader, which I assume it's just Rock Squadron.
That's weird.
Which,
Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me look that up actually.
Yeah, that would be fine if you look up the. I haven't looked up the English name actually. So
I believe it. Ebook.
Yeah. So Rockgeschwader was the German name. Geschwader would usually be described as squadron, and I assumed Rock meant like rocks because there's a Blitzgeschwader, so lightning squadron.
By the way, do you want to see a picture of the mall installation?
Sure, why not? I think you can like put it in here, and I can pull it on screen.
Yeah, let me see if I can get this up.
Yeah. Yeah. So they attacked a yard. That's basically their first mission, because on this yard there is an Imperial officer who previously in the history of the survivors was responsible for basically wiping out their entire squad. Okay, I see. Wait. As it's an allgemein, right? Okay.
Yep.
So okay, let's just see what the Maw installation looked like. I mean,
Wow.
I think that's. I mean that seems solid. Yeah, that seems like I would imagine. Of course, the black holes. I guess these are the asteroids they caved out to
make research bases and different there we have the Wookiees, there we have the food growth plantations.
I guess this is the installation itself.
No,
then?
Also, that's just a gameplay feature because it's from an unofficial game. That's just meant to be like a credit mine. I think in the middle there's probably meant to be whatever projects they're making, like a shipyard or whatever.
I see.
This was the actual map.
I mean, I think that seems like a pretty sensible description. I mean, it looks like I imagined it would look like. So, yep, I guess that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, Corran is flying his first mission for the survivors, and a point that he's trying to make, and he's gonna make that throughout the book, which is pretty nice because he's still, of course, he's an impersonator. He still has his codex. He tries to not kill them. So obviously, usual procedure by such pirates would be just attack the enemies, kill everyone who's inside, take everything you can, and go away. Corran, of course, not wanting to become a murderer, even if it's for a mission, tries to put a halt to that by convincing them that, like, especially using ion cannons, that is his big thing, is more efficient. To, let's say, to get aircraft that is still in good shape, in good shape, that is usable, that they can just take with them. They especially later on get two Z95 headhunters with functioning light speed generators, which of course gives the squad the impression that this is a sensible thing to make. And that's good because, of course, like if there's a new kid and he immediately tries to not do the thing that you're really supposed to be doing, it could be suspicious. But I think this one makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, it is Rock Squadron, by the way. I am looking at the ebook. Yeah, Rock Squadron.
Yeah, that I immediately, when I said it, like, I didn't think about it beforehand because Rogue Squadron isn't Rockgeschwader on German. So just
is
now
it
when I've
literally rogue, like
it's
against renegade.
Renegatenstaffel sometimes, or Renegatengeschwader. Yeah, and in the Rogue Squadron books, it was very unfortunately Sonderstaffel, so like just special squadron, which is very bad. Like, some German translations are very. We had that last time, right? Some are very iffy. Yes. So now it's a good thing that Corran tries to do that thing. It makes sense from the perspective of the pirates, and obviously it makes sense for him. He doesn't want to become a murderer. He doesn't want to assist in murder. That's a very logical thing for him to do. Chapter 35. So exactly. So there's one of his team members is I think Shistavan is how the race is called in English. So the wolf-like race, basically. he has a team member called Kayet, so Caet, Kayet, I guess is the English pronunciation. He took her last kill because, of course, she wanted to kill, and he instead just disabled, disabled the enemies. He got a little punch in the face for that because she did not appreciate that. But afterwards, she actually came around and it's like, no, in hindsight, like this was a pretty sensible thing to make. He got promoted as like basically a sub team of the Rock Squadron. Oh, I'm gonna mess up that pronunciation. I think the Rock Squadron. Promoted to like team leader basically of a sub team, which is nice. It's good because immediately it shows, yeah, this is the more efficient way of doing our business. Even we're still true to ourselves being pirates, but it just makes more sense resource wise. Corran and Kayat have just a nice little like companionship. I guess you could call it friendship. Just a nice little friendship. In this book, they bond a bit. She was once befriended and then isolated subsequently by a guy called Remar or Remert. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It looks more like it looks more like a French name almost. I read him in my mind as Remar. Who's gonna also be a rather significant character later in this book. He defended her from her. He basically even I remember Remar first like made a few negative comments about Kayet, mostly because she's not only a Shistavan, but she's also albino. So she's like white fur, which is also very uncommon for them. So she more or less gets bullied also because of their shared history. Corran defends her, sort of surprising him. He starts like, and he assumes like Remar's now going to try to like do Corellian jokes basically, and he's telling all of them beforehand by himself before he gets to he gets to say them. I haven't written down any specific jokes, but they were pretty funny. Like, just ripping into Corellians a bit, like, oh, never tell us the odds and and stupid stuff like that was sort of funny. And yeah, once again, he now moved up towards Tavira in rank, but he still the problem of Rock Squadron is that they are basically they are the how do you say that, the outsiders, the weakest link of the Invids. They basically, you would have to get promoted by showing exceptional results in some mission. The problem is that Rock Squadron never gets missions that important anyway, and he can't physically do anything to impress them. So what he has to do instead is to either become part of Lightning Squadron, which is more or less like the next highest thing in the survivors, or something that gets set up here already that's gonna be a part of the book a bit later, is basically becoming Tavira's more or less prostitute, you could say. So Tavira has a thing, I guess, in which she promotes more or less her male. I mean, I guess everyone in the Invids, or almost everyone, is male anyway, where she promotes them by making them into her bed companion.
What?
Yeah, Tavira. Yeah.
She makes them into her bed companion?
I mean, you know what I mean, right?
Oh, but that's how she. What the? What?
Yeah, so that's her thing. You probably don't know that. So, Tavira is a character. I think the comics came before. Tavira is a character in a comic book run of X-Wing before that. There is an X-Wing character called Plur Ilo. She was a member of Rogue Squadron. She was in no books. She was only referenced, I think, in Assad's Revenge. It was where she was referenced once, because she was unknowingly the princess of Ayatu 6, something like a planet, and Tavira's former husband. Like, at some point he died, I think of unknown circumstances, and that made Tavira become governor of the planet herself. And I think I can even look up the cover of that because it is a very questionable cover. It shows, I think, Tavira at that point, like in that in the timeline, is pretty young. I think she's even underaged. I'm not sure how old she is. If she was like 14 or something, like she was married off, basically, like sold off to the governor of AR26. Screw it, I don't find it right. I can't find it now. Maybe I can. Oh yeah, I have it right. So let me just share my picture and you can see, which is also a very like sus. Here. Right, maybe I can.
Why is she so tiny?
Because she's young. I think she's underage. So, and you see she has a little BDSM gear here, which, I mean, I suppose you can make the argument because she has been a character before and you know that she was married off as a minor, that she was probably in some way sexually abused, and now she has a distorted like relation to her sexuality. I guess that is the point that you get to make from this. The book doesn't really tell you a whole lot about the comic itself, other from just implying a few things from the comics, or like stuff that you can imply reasonably from the comics. But yeah, this is her. She was governor, and then at some point when the New Republic overran AR26, she wait I can can go a bit into the better, the higher res one here. Yeah, at some point the New Republic overran AR26 and took it back, as far as I know, and she escaped basically with a lot of riches, with a lot of like jewelry and ancient stuff from the planet. Not everything, but a lot of it. And that's how she more or less is now in the position she's in, because I guess she did not want to cooperate with the Empire anymore after that episode. Yeah, so you could imply like she has a distorted view on sexuality, like she was probably raped if she wasn't like sold off as a minor or like married off as a minor. I don't remember the details anymore, but it was sort of like that. So yeah, a thing she does is making the some people that she deems attractive into her bedfellows. Like that's a thing. That's a possibility that's in the room. Corran, of course, at this point does not want to do that because he's married to Mirax, obviously. But we're gonna get to a few chapters that are very, very, very unfortunately written, and that put a bit of a damper on the book, I have to say. Not that much, because it was like afterwards it didn't seem to impact him even, so it felt just out of place. But yeah, we're gonna get to that. But yeah, that was chapter 35. So nothing more to say here. 36 is the next attack. So now Corran gets to attack a planet called Xarfel, which is a very important planet to the Kuat shipyards. Oh, hello, Brennan. Nice to see you here. How are you doing?
Did he join just in time for the unfortunate tale of the... Why was she like an Imperial or what?
She used to be, so like I said, her husband that she was married off to while she was a minor was governor of AR26, so a planet. He was a planetary governor, and at some point, I don't think even that the oh, he goes back. Hello, welcome back.
Thank God.
Yeah, at some point, I think under mysterious circumstances, it was her husband died, and more or less like a hereditary thing, she became governor of AR26 herself. And obviously it's part of the comics, so Rogue Squadron defeats her, yeets her off the planet, and she gets to escape with, I think, a Star Destroyer and a lot of, riches from the planet. And that's how she retains her, her resources, her influence. It's pretty obvious from that book that she does not correlate with the Empire in any way anymore, But yeah, this is the only real explanation you have why Tavira would make random strangers into her bunk buddies, basically because she has distorted sexuality. She was probably raped, yeah. So yeah, exactly. The next assault is on Xafel. Xafel is an important planet for the Kuat shipyards. Once again, this time it's together with the Invidious, so the actual Star Destroyer Invidious, where Tavira is on. Once again, Corran makes a point of imploring the pilots under his command to not destroy. He now even ties that to a specific plan, not only for the possibility that they get to take something, but in this attack they were, I think it was in this one, right, that they were intercepted by. Wait. Yeah, exactly. They were intercepted by the New Republic and the Rogues. The Rogues specifically themselves. So he also makes a point to give that command further, even up to like the commander of the survivors. So his subgroup, the entirety of his subgroup, and her giving that further to Tavira to not destroy, because the New Republic has an interceptor cruiser, as far as I understood it, and instead of killing the rogues, or in general just the fighter pilots, it would make more sense to just stun them with ion cannons, because at some point the New Republic would move into the battlefield to pick up their fighters that are just incapable of flying anymore, and that would give the inverts a chance to get out of the gravital trap that the interceptor cruiser has planted, which is a nice thing. Again, makes sense as a tactic to do that. Still, like, it's his Corsac doctrine. Basically, he doesn't want to just destroy mindlessly, and it's also something he further moves towards the planetary assault on Xafel. He basically put up an analogy that was like, you can kill I think wool nerf, so Wolle nerf, I think was the German term, like a nerf with wool. You can kill him and take his code, or you can just catch him, take the wool, and come back later to get more. That's how he wants to justify, like, okay, let's not mindlessly destroy everything, like let's say fuel tanks or something. Of course, it would be very impressive now for the fight, but it wouldn't make any sense. They could just take it instead and come back at a later point, and just get the resources without even having to fight, like just by pure negotiation. Like, give us X, Y, and Z, and we won't attack anymore. That's what he wants to convince the inverts of, which ultimately he does. Remar, obviously, set up previously, is caught basically mindlessly killing, so he's not following. I mean, it's not a command that he issues. It's more like a suggestion to anyone who isn't under his direct command. But yeah, Remar obviously doesn't do it. He just mindlessly attacks and kills. But he also does that. So Remar is on the planetary assault himself. He disables his ship. So Corran does that to Remar. He disables his ship. He reports him to his captain. He takes all of his loot and returns it to the family because he just mindlessly killed people basically on the ground of Xafel. Yes. So exactly now at this point, it happens that the inverts get trapped by the New Republic, and especially by Rogue Squadron, now under command of Tycho Selchu, which is very nice. It's good that he is a commander now. Obviously, Wedge isn't. So now we move into chapter 37. So once again, so the previous tactic, of course, applied to the defense of the Kuat shipyards themselves, like the planetary defense of Xafel. Now the same thing happens to the New Republic. Don't kill, just incapacitate them, and you can take their loot and take ships afterwards. Exactly, Corran tries to communicate with Tycho, because obviously he doesn't want to kill Rogue Squadron, and he also doesn't want to get killed by Rogue Squadron. So he tries to project a a force vision into Tycho's mind where he turns one of the Tri-Hunters, so the Tri-Hunters are the ships that the Invids are using, into Corran's X-Wing, trying to imply like, hey, like I'm impersonating one of them, don't kill me, more or less. Doesn't work. Like Tycho will still attack him. Like I guess he doesn't know that like which fighter would be Corran, even if he knew what that projection means. There is exactly so there are that is something we also learn about slowly, is that Tavira obviously is very successful and always gets away. We know that she has Force users on her flagship who always warn her of incoming attacks. And at this point, I wondered, like, okay, now Corran used the Force. Would they have felt that? Because I was like, is that maybe gonna set up something? And it's just a little thing, but they do actually recognize that someone is using the Force. And Corran, while being like just debriefed and asked about the fight, suggests that it might have been Luke Skywalker, because Luke Skywalker obviously is the one who has created the Rogue Squadron, or like the pre version of the Rogue Squadron, which makes sense. It's good that he does that. Something very nice, just a little thing, but something very nice that Corran described is that basically what you can do with people who more or less think simplistically is that you can more or less read their minds. Like you see what they are, what they are attempting to do in their next move. And Corran tries to do the same with Tycho, but he immediately like feels that he's unable to do so because Tycho has such a fast mind. Like he's so quick in analyzing the situation and reassessing everything, that it's impossible. Like at the time that he has deciphered what the last thought meant, there already are like 3 new ones. That was very nice. Like, okay, Tycho is obviously a very, very skilled fighter pilot, and he says the same for Wedge. And it's like, me and Luke, let's say, we are skilled, but we do have the Force as as something that is very helpful. And it's scary actually how good Wedge and Tycho are if we consider they don't have the Force and only rely on their human abilities. That was very nice. Yes, the mission was over. It was more or less a success. They had to, of course, flee because that was their plan. Tavira, like I showed you in the comic book cover, she has a whip which she uses to basically like punish people if they did something wrong. She just whips them in the face with it. I guess it's funny. I mean, it's perhaps a weird thing, but I guess it's funny.
Does she have stormtroopers?
She has like a personal guard. I don't think. No, it's not stormtroopers. She's obviously she's not part of the Empire anymore.
Oh.
They also this was something they did. They attacked I think it was a retired. I'm not sure if it was retired or if it was still active but just not on duty. They attacked an Imperial officer who previously almost wiped out the survivors, so the sub squad of the Invids that Corran is a part of. So no, she's obviously not allied to the Empire anymore. She just she has her her team on the Star Destroyer. Of course, they are a bit more elite, you would say, than the usual pirates that she has in the other squads. But yeah, she whips people in the face if she feels like they did something wrong. And because Corran's tactic not only was successful, but it was especially successful in that it got them to get away. Corran now was promoted to command Lightning Squad, so basically the next the higher prestigious squad of the survivors. So that was nice. Yeah, so chapter 38 would be the next one. So exactly. So yeah, something that gets set up as well is that the New Republic wasn't actually there to attack the Invids. They didn't even know that they were there. They just so they're basically environmental protection laws on Xafel that are not being adhered to, and the New Republic wanted to go there to basically like enforce that they would be that the laws would be enforced themselves, which is a setup base also for the Force users on the side of Tavira, because this is something that gets revealed about them, is that they aren't really that deeply taught and skilled in the Force. They can't just predict anything that's happening. They can only predict if Tavira directly is the target of an attack. Considering the New Republic didn't go to Xafel to attack Tavira because they didn't know she was there, they also weren't able to predict the danger that would wait for them there. So that's basically their little caveat and ability. Like I said, they were able to find out like that there was someone who used the Force during this fight. Corran, tries to explain that with perhaps it's Luke Skywalker who was that. Yes. So, okay. Now we get into the bit questionable part of say Corran as a character. So basically, Corran. Yeah, that is something that also happened. Corran was attacked by two proton torpedoes from Tycho before he got to escape. And they flew towards the Invidious, and Corran managed to destroy them in like a maneuver that they basically learned in Rogue Squadron. Tavira, more or less, like in their debriefing, insinuated that Corran could move up to the position of being her lover, basically. He preemptively declined that. Like, she didn't even offer him yet, but he basically preemptively declined. She whacked him in the face for it, like being like, "How dare you be so insolent that you assume that I'm gonna offer you that?" Of course, it was what she was gonna offer, but she's a prideful woman, I guess. Now, Remar is the one who's being offered the same. Obviously, he accepted, or at least that's the rumor, but it seems pretty clear. No, it's not only very clear, it's true that he is the one who's supposed to become Tavira's lover. And Corran seems to be jealous. Yes, so I knew that this was a thing before reading this book, and I was like, okay, what are possible explanations that you can give that would make sense of it if Stackpole were to choose and actually write them into the book? So something that does happen, and that I think is the best, almost like the best explanation you could give, is that previously in the first part of the book, during one of Corran's encounters with Exar Kun, obviously Exar Kun tries to seduce Corran to the dark as well, and he shows him. At this point, Tavira was known. He shows him Tavira, basically like, "Oh, like she's the one who's holding your wife hostage. Like, I can give you the power to kill her, or to like possess her if you want to do that." And we try to maybe justify it as, okay, it's like it's like an echo of what Exar Kun's influence on him meant, and that this is like a very personal thing just because it's Tavira, and this is something Exar Kun showed him. But so far, this chapter gives two other reasonings. The first reasoning that Corran himself gives is that basically, I mean, he has a rivalry / almost like real anger for Remar, and he just does not like he called it an animalistic side of him, which was not very well worded, but he basically means like he does not want to grant him any sort of victory. This I can work with almost, like it's okay, this I can sort of understand.
Maybe Matt Wilkins was right all along.
Yeah, this is the best case he could make. And the second reason is that he actually feels like, purely physical attraction to Tavira because
she's good looking. Is that it?
Yeah, he described her as. There's multiple reasons. He described her as eye candy, so that's one aspect, definitely. he described her as very smart. She's not just stupid. She is very smart, I guess. And she has a dangerous side to her because, of course, you always have to assume you may like die in the next minute that you've spent with her, and that this is sort of like a challenge to him. I think he described it like that. So all of that is very weird. He also gives a bit of like part of the reason why he rejected her is especially because she was so attractive, and like he was I guess afraid of what he would do if he were to accept. This is all like this felt like a few schizo chapters. I'm not sure if
Could
this
imagine
was
why.
like, and it's especially weird because afterwards it's not a fact, like it's not even nearly a factor anymore, and it doesn't take him much to evolve from this point. So it makes me wonder all the more why this is a thing. Like if you said, okay, he mentioned Exakun during like when he once described that he saw Tavira as attractive. And if you lean more into that and say, okay, this is a reminder of what Exakun did to him, and he only sees her as that attractive because Exakun once offered her to basically like own her. That's something I can work with. This I can't really work with. Like, this is a functioning headcanon, but I need a bit more direct description if I want to take that as, as gospel. And we don't really get that. I mean, he also says, like, Remar, of course, now being Tavira's chosen lover, would get a lot more backup, direct backup from her. And if Remar is usually the one who picks fights with Corran and his team, so this would be a pain in the ass. And that's also something I can understand. But this chapter was very repulsive, I have to admit. Was not a good chapter. And this will go on a bit, not too long, but in all realness, it is too long. Yes, so chapter 39. In chapter 39, we get more or less like really introduced to what the Kamasi are. So the Kamasi are
I love the Kamasi.
They are very interesting. I like them. The Kamasi get referenced here, so there is a little piece of history that is described about them, that Kamas was destroyed during the Clone Wars.
Can I say what happened?
Sure.
So during the last week of the Clone Wars, Palpatine just decided to fucking bomb it.
Yes, that's what the book. I mean, you would assume that, I guess, Kamas was destroyed, perhaps by I mean, obviously it was by Palpatine, either the Separatists or the Republic. But yeah, so I thought like, okay, I would like to know more.
I think you get to know more in Hand of Thrawn.
Oh, I guess that's cool. So yeah, basically the Kamasi are now the next target. So there's a settlement called Muromento, which is on Kerlit. So Kerlit is a planet in the Algara system. Basically, there's again a ground assault on this planet. Remar is also one of the people who's doing a ground assault. Or I think he does it. I'm not sure even if he was supposed to do that, but he does it. Corran tries to communicate with him because he wants to coordinate their attack. He doesn't answer, so Corran investigates and finds him trying to rob a Kamasi family together with like two buddies of him. Corran beats the shit out of him, basically.
Thank God.
Corran beats the shit out of him, which was very satisfying. The others were shot, not like killed. They were stunned by one of the Kamasi, so that one would be Elegos. Yep. And basically, so Remar wants to kill them and to take their stuff. And of course, Corran doesn't want to do that But Remar is like, wait, we're pirates. Like, this is sort of what we do, isn't it? And Corran tries to like circumvent that. Oh no, if at all, it should be for all of the pirates because Remar wants to take it for himself. And he wants to kill Elegos. So Corran circumvents that by especially because Elegos punched Remar as well, which would under their Invid laws mean that he would be punished by death. Corran circumvents that by saying, "No, I want to take him as my slave, and like I'm your superior, so I get to make the decision first. He's my slave now, and you can't kill my property, basically." Because he obviously doesn't want Elegos to die, which is nice, I guess, because this is the only justification that Corran would have, in why did you beat up Remar? Because obviously Remar would be the one to then say, oh yeah, the dude beat me up, like Corran beat me up, and he needs some justification on why he didn't do that. Yes. So, and Elegos, I mean, he even like asked him, like, do you really want to do that to Elegos? And he said, no, it's fine. Like, you saved me more or less. I appreciate, and you saved my family. I appreciate that, and so it's fine. Okay, good, makes sense. Chapter 40. So, basically, Corran of course gave the it was like some hereditary object that they wanted to steal from the Karmasi family, and Corran gave that back to him and was like, basically like hide it away. And the reasoning Corran gave why he beat up Remar is that he was angry at the Karmasi that they had nothing that they could take away from him. Obviously, that was a lie, but that's what he wanted to say. Remar, of course, will tell the truth. What actually happened is that Corran just beat them up because, he doesn't want them to get robbed. I mean, and he hopes that, once again, there's basically a hope on Corran's side is that the notion that a pirate would give stuff back that was stolen. He hopes that this notion is so ridiculous that no one will believe Remar. I think this comparatively makes more sense when it comes to assuming, because like, okay, there's no other witnesses. There is no proof of anything. Like, there's just proof that Corran beat up Remar. Like, Remar was beaten up, let's say. But there is nothing actually proving any side, really. And you could say, okay, that's maybe a bit wonky as well. Like, okay, like the notion that a pirate would give anything back is so stupid that obviously can't be true. I guess that works. I mean, Corran has proven his allegiance. Corran has proven his effectiveness for the pirates, whereas Remar has sort of put them into problems over and over again, which makes me think that the confidence that Corran has here, is a bit more logical. But yep, we get a bit more world building on the Karmasi themselves. So the Karmasi are described to be exceptionally peace loving. Like, that's a big thing as a race, like as a whole race, that they are peace loving. What their little speciality is that very vivid memories of really anything happening to them or being done by them is going to be so important to them that they can't forget it for the rest of their life. It's like a memory, but very, very strongly, and it's called memny, I think, was the specific name for that. So a memory that is just so strong that it's really overwhelming. And a memny of you killing someone, no matter what the reason was, is especially haunting for a Karmasi. That's why Elegos did not actually kill the other survivors, but he stunned them instead. Yes, so okay, so this is more questionable stuff. So obviously Remar was put into was supposed to be put into a Bacta tank. we get Tavira going to Corran, obviously, like also debriefing him again, like what happened. They have the conversation, and Tavira reveals to him that she killed Remar. Now, of course, the reason is the question is like, why would she do that? Like, why did she kill him? She so she assumes a bunch of stuff about why Corran did what he did to Remar. Her assumption is that he wanted not only to prove his superiority over Remar by beating him up, or like by killing him basically, but also his superiority over her, because he would be the one to force her to kill him because he was because of insubordination. Obviously, Remar was in Corran's story ordered to not do something. He didn't do that, and Corran beat him up for it. So it means he committed insubordination. Would have to be killed for that. And yeah, she basically assumes like she also assumes that he was jealous and he couldn't stand the fact that Remar was the one to take his place, or like his supposed place, and did all of that like as revenge. She tries to get him to admit that, because he wants that he did all of that because he wants her. So I don't dislike like a femme fatale type of villain, although like I think you weren't as well,
would love it.
Like, I'm not a big fan of her just like whoring herself out, basically. Like, okay, whatever. It's
If
But
anything, wouldn't that just cause disrespect with her peers? Because people would just like see her as a whore and nothing more.
I think so. I think this is very. I don't know if there's really ever a way you can write it in a way that doesn't, because there's always the implication she's a woman, and of course, like, she's having sex with all of these dudes, and yeah, I mean, sure, she is on paper, she is the one who is in power and gets to kill them if she would want to, and I guess that always is a factor. But yeah, I also think her peers would have a weird opinion about the nature of her doing all of this, and I would have to agree. But like I said, like, I don't dislike a femme fatale type of villain.
Demago loves it.
Oh yeah, of course he does. French.
Ho, ho, ho.
He doesn't. I mean, he doesn't have jackhammers. He has jacamers. So I recently sent him this little clip from Family Guy, like where the father of Lois Griffin is like going to Paris, and he's like shouting from the Eiffel Tower, like, people of France, like a good looking depressed guy smoking a cigarette is not a movie, and he also said like your sirens sound like gay guys having a threesome, and it's like and I sent it to Demago, like, is that accurate or not? And he just said fuck you, so I assumed it was. But of course, yeah, I mean, he's a Frenchman. And no, I like the type of villain. I think the type of villain is, like, this is a variation of smart villains that you can do. It's like, okay, a femme fatale, why not? But yeah, her, like, constantly getting, apparently it's so known that she apparently, like, changes through them, like, quickly enough that people know that it's a thing she does. And yeah, I'm not really convinced by that. And once again, she offers him to become her boy toy. She offers him all of the resources to destroy the Tinter line. So I haven't mentioned that before. That's basically his fake cover-up story that he tells Kayet on why he doesn't really get so close to other people, especially to other women, because he has a girlfriend that I think was abducted by, what was it, like the niece of the leader of the Tinter line, so like I think a luxury yacht line or something, and she says like, oh, I'm gonna give you all the resources to destroy her if you just like do as I say, basically. Oh yeah, I guess I understand why Demagor likes it even more now, because she kisses him, and she fully French kisses him, especially. With him not resisting because of his arousal. Yeah, the funny thing
Well, he doesn't even resist it?
I think he said like I think he had broke, yeah, exactly, because he smashed, like he caved Remar's face, and so he broke his hand. I think he even broke both of his hands, and it's like, I think there was a line in the book where it said like, oh, he was scared, like I wanted to pretend as if like my broken hands were the reason I didn't push her away, and then there was the line like, no, like if my hands weren't broken, I might have like pulled her in even closer or something like that. And oh yeah, something that I also just thought about while reading that paragraph was like, oh yeah, wait, Elagos is still in the room, because like Elagos was patching up Corran, like, putting bandages on his injured hand.
Poor guy.
And he comes in and he never leaves the room, and he's still in the room when she left. It's like,
Poor
wait,
guy.
like I don't know if you guys played Sota, but if you remember, there's if you play as the Sith warrior and you're on Dromund Cast, in the main storyline, there's, I think, Lord Grayton, Lord Gratan is his name, like of some rogue Sith, like Sith Count or something on Dromund Cast, and he has like a wife, and she just looks like a grandma basically. And as the Sith warrior, you can either kill her, you can like more or less just let her live, and if you let her live, you can also choose to have sex with her. And you have a Twi'lek slave as your companion, and not only can you sleep with her, but you can make your Twi'lek slave watch you, which is the same. Which,
what do they show everything in the game?
No. It like, they show like a kiss, and then it fades to black, and then it's always like fade to black. Yeah, and this had the same energy for me. Like Elagos just stands there while they French kiss, and it's like, this is awkward. Like, do you remember like when you're in school and you see like some couple?
Oh yeah, in the
like,
hallway,
really,
and they're like going hard at it, and it's so weird.
They're gonna just undress each other right now, and you're just like really awkward. And even better if it's a scene where you can't really get away from. Like, please don't, and you'll just hate people.
Oh my god! Yeah, in the school lunch line.
Oh, that's even worse. Oh, that never happened, but that's
that has happened. That has happened. There are weird couples here.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. So Elagos watched. This had the same energy for me. Yes, and I said it in my notes. Like, this is very egregious. This is horrible, and I think it's the worst scene of this book. Because
Legos.
Like I said, the Exar Kun stuff would be the best justification you could give for this behavior. Like, okay, there's something not quite clear in Corran's brain just by the impact that Exar Kun had on him. But it's not really like it's very lucky headcanon. You have a few scenes that imply that this could be the case, but it's not direct enough. It should be much more direct towards the end that this is what was the case. And yeah, this was a very big minus to Corran. Yeah, like there was family talk in the beginning with him and Mirax, and I loved that. And he came around to it, and like just a few chapters ago, he was like, "Oh, Corellia is the perfect planet to bring up kids on." And I mean, okay, sure, some time has passed, but yeah, not a good.
Think about Mirax, brother.
Yes, definitely I would say the worst scene of this book. Pretty bad. Wedge. Oh yeah, Corran thinks about Wedge and Qui for a moment, and he thinks he describes them as temporary, which is funny. I like that. So there's more justification on why Corran is even like in this position, and he says like basically like the necessities of life with the Invids, like him having to act a certain way and keep up a certain character, is what pulled him basically down to their level, which brought out the worst in him, which is pretty clear in my opinion, and that Remar is basically like like a possible future of Corran if Corran would have like gone to the survivors instead of the rebellion. Like
This is
something...
basically around the time when I realized this should have actually been 2 books, because this could have been further explored.
Yeah.
If it was.
We could have had development on how he was corrupted and.
Well, especially with the next chapter, I guess we can quickly skip ahead. Because the next chapter, he slowly starts to realize that just pure horny and lust is actually kind of the dark side temptations.
That pulled me out of it.
I think it's kind of based, but like it doesn't really get. They don't really get too much further than just stating it, and then.
Which would mean sense, like because you could argue like the dark side temptations are all sort of disordered temptations you have, like whether it's revenge, like the need or the drive for revenge. It isn't that it's necessarily wrong to have that; it's that it's disordered and your mind isn't quite clear when this is your drive. And lust would be the same thing. And I mean, obviously, I understand that. I mean, it's one of the 7 sins, I guess, but of the deadly sins. But it's.
I just don't think they delve deep enough to.
Yes.
Really justify why it's here at this point.
Yes, but the thing is, Fabio, you mentioned that the 2 books to explore it more. I'm almost just for that. I'm almost grateful that it isn't 2 books, because there's a lot of stuff that I don't even like conceptually, and people bring up that more of this, either more of this was planned at some point, or that it could have been made into something. And I was like let's say this, why is he so corrupted that he fights for Tavira? If the point is okay, he's actually just lustful, I don't want more of that.
Why is Corran so horny, more horny than other men? Why isn't Wedge like this? Why isn't Luke like this? Why isn't Han like this? What? Especially Han. You can make he's. I mean, especially in the well-written books. In the well-written books, he's always there for Leia.
You could sort of say that with Lando. I guess Lando is only in the position that he's not betraying anyone because he's not married, but
he gets married.
I think Lando and Corran are probably the closest you get to have male horse in the.
But why?
Yeah.
Why Corran?
And there's also 2 other very egregious things that at some point were supposed to be quite different, and which I'm in hindsight grateful for. So one thing, Courtship of Princess Leia, famously was supposed to be a trilogy, which was supposed to delve deeper into why, especially what Leia's relation to Isolde is like. I don't want more of that. Thank God it's a 300, and that's something I always unironically praised about this book. It's a quick read, it's action-paced, it's fast, and I really like that. More books need to be like that. Really like that, actually. And same thing, I don't know, have one of you guys read Shadows of the Empire?
Nope.
I have.
You have? I don't know if you've heard this. So famously in Shadows of the Empire,
Shizor.
There's Prince Shizor who has this pheromone stuff going on, which is a roofie drug basically to Leia, and she also kisses him in the book because she's under drug influence basically. I mean, like I said that a few times. I don't need while Han is frozen in carbonite, her kissing other men. It's even if it's assault, obviously, or an attempted rape, I don't need that. But did you know that I think Lucasfilm initially wanted Steve Perry, so the author of this book, to not write this as a rape, but to write Leia as actually as genuinely falling in love with Prince Caesar in this book. I think it was also supposed to be a trilogy, even. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be a trilogy, but Caesar and Leia were supposed to be an actual romantic couple.
If Han and Leia loved each other that little, I wouldn't be surprised that Jason turned to the dark side.
Yes. Imagine that, someone... I always ask myself, so, okay, there's a lot of context added to movies later on, which obviously was not, thought about when the movies were made. And which is obviously, maybe not a full retcon, it's not that something was that now isn't. But it's okay, there was an open space for you to put something in there and, flesh out the whole storyline a bit more. And when I watched Return of the Jedi and asked myself, do I imagine Leia kissing 2 men in the meantime here? which would once be Fen Shiza from the Marvel Comics and also Prince Caesar from Shadows of the Empire. Do I think this is something that would make sense in this time period? When the last thing she says to Han is that she loves him, and the first thing after he wakes up is she loves him. No, I don't need her for, and like, thank God for. I mean, Steve Perry's also kind of a bit of a pervert, but thank God for him saying that.
It works very well in the book, I will say.
Yeah, because Perry was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Like that is
Thank
a horrible
God.
idea, and it would have been a.
What he did was a lot better.
Yeah,
like,
it's like
significantly.
Okay.
It shows Caesar's a scumbag.
Yeah,
he is. And look, I get it. Like a rape. I mean, if somebody would attempt rape, it would obviously be a villain, and I guess so. It makes sense for Caesar to be a scumbag. I mean, he has. I think it's pretty obvious that he also has some stuff with Guri going on, which is equally.
Or his robot.
And disordered, and it makes sense for a villain like that to exist, I assume. But imagine that, like Lucasfilm wanting. I think a trilogy, but even not if it's just a standalone book, a whole book of Leia actually falling for this dude. Oh, you're gonna have a hard time.
Oh my God, you'll hate some of the moments in New Jedi Order.
Just spoil me. Like, is something?
What moments?
No, like sometimes I remember some moments like after the quote unquote. I'm just gonna Pico, you'll know about the center point moment,
The center point moment.
When after center point, does the center point thing.
Yeah.
And the stuff with the Hapens happen, and like Isolder turns to Leia and is like, "I still kind of love you, honey," but
what does she say? What does she say? What does she say?
He doesn't say like, "I still love you," but like it's clearly something going on there. I remember that, and I was.
Isolde is fine. I hate Isolde, but what's with her? What does she say?
No, she says no.
Okay.
She's like, I have kids. No, like she clearly like takes a distance, and she's like, I have kids. I might have a happy husband. I'm becoming a Jedi.
All of that's fine. That's fine. I can live with that. I mean, Isolde. I don't like Isolde. Sorry, I don't like him. And his. Like, he is a part of 2 love triangles in 1 book. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Right.
There's 2 love triangles in this book.
With Luke.
Luke, Isolde, and Tenengeljo, and Isolde, Han, and Leia. Like, oh my God! Like, I don't want to get too deep into this.
Well, also another thing I've noticed in Star Wars books: why are all the main characters always good looking?
Because people
they're fit.
like
they gotta be
watching.
Fit. Otherwise,
it's a bit funny.
I think people like watching good-looking people. I mean, it's the same. Like, why are movie stars usually very attractive? Like why is Henry Cavill Superman and not Jonah Hill? I mean, it's obviously because.
But like, I was just thinking. I remember when I read Courtship. Like, this is a witch girl who's lived here, like with no cleaning supplies. She should be like. She should be growing like hair everywhere.
Yes.
No shaving products at all, and her hair should be like as unkempt as it was, because they probably don't shower, either.
Yeah. Hey, remember Tenengeljo's as good in telekinesis as Darth Vader? Just wanted to mention that. Lol. Sure.
To be honest, according to the TikTok scaling community of Star Wars, Vader is under the Phantom Menace Kenobi.
Okay, sure.
No, like they have so many like out of context quotes to back up their words. It's just not worth the hassle.
Is it Revenge? I mean, I guess Revenge of the Sith Kenobi, perhaps.
No, like Phantom Menace Kenobi and Attack of the Clones Vader and Attack of the Clones Anakin as well.
Yeah, big cap like that. Yes. Like obviously, I mean, Anakin is stronger than Darth Vader.
Oh, say this to Quarsh and he'll get mad if you say Vader is above Quarsh. He's the Dining Rose ruined my life guy.
Yes.
If you tell him Vader's better than Anakin in Attack of the Clones, he will go wild. He will be feral.
Yeah, I mean, but that's obviously nonsense. I mean,
not like he's serious about it. When I say that, he goes wild.
Maybe I'm just gonna do it for fun.
He also thinks Karen Travis is mommy.
Enormous pleasure.
Yeah.
Just like killing Geonosians.
He also likes Tenel Kalat, which I respect. She's pretty.
Yeah,
and she's very lucky as well.
That was a fun thing that people pointed out to me because like people memed on it when I wrote it, but it was so hilarious. Is that of course like Hapens, just that, and then we're gonna go back to the book, but just that Hapens were obviously described as like exceptional, beautiful, and also his oh god, what was the name?
Isolder?
No, Isolde's mother.
Taachun.
How?
Taachun.
Oh yeah, exactly, Tachum. She also, even though she's like a bit of an older lady, she's also still very attractive. And yeah, no, and Isolde, Luke, and Tatsuma, like they had a dinner, like the three had dinner with each other, like in the beginning of the book, and Isolde had this very explicit thought of, oh yeah, I mean Tatsumi, like she's like my mother, she's a bit older, but she would be considered attractive, and he wondered whether Luke would have sex with her. And that was so funny.
Why would you think that about your own mom?
It was like I hated all of the influence Isolde had on this book, aside like very little scenes, and this was so funny to me. I was pissing myself laughing. I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm not reading this right now, aren't I? But yeah, and then later on, apparently in Young Jedi Knights, it's gonna be a thing that Luke and Tenel Ka are gonna be alone for some while, and I think I heard that Tenel Ka like somewhat references that Tenennial Joe was at one point like more attracted to Luke than to Isolde, which is funny as fuck, I have to say.
It stays that way, by the way. That's a running gag that like Isolde is still in love with Leia and Tenennial Joe is still in love with Luke, even like 20, 30 years after this.
Which I have to say is pretty based, because it means Isolde gets to be the eternal cuck in his own religion.
Yeah. And Luke gets to be based and reject the feral girl.
Yeah, and he gets the superior ginger. I respect that. That's sort of based. Yes. So we just finished chapter 40. Oh no, chapter 40. That was only the first part. Oh yeah. So basically, there's like a page where Corran more or less has a philosophical dialogue with himself about sex, and he's like obviously consensual sex between adults isn't bad and only something legitimized by marriage. Mirax and I had sex before marriage, and she wasn't my first. It's like, what? This sounds so weird to point out. It's like I just remember that.
Do they say the word sex?
I think. That's a good question.
That I remember. The only book I've seen that in is in Tempest, and it was a very good moment when they said all Hape. No, like in
I think
Tempest, they say like Jason has become a sex symbol of Hapes. That made me happy.
Oh, okay, no, I think Pico is right. Like slept together is I don't think it's like sex explicit.
Which is the same thing. It's just.
I mean, yeah.
No, there's another. Oh my god, there's another moment in like I think Tempest again, where like some random detective says to like is it Luke, like, do you have that Reddit around for sex or love? And it's so weird.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. No, and this was such a weird moment. I was just like thinking about the moment in the short story of Boba Fett. Like, I'm not sure what the story is called.
Right. Tales of Jabba's palace, right?
Exactly. Yeah, where Jabba sends Leia to Boba Fett's room,
and he's like, "No, I don't do that."
And Boba Fett is like, "No, sex outside of marriage is immoral." I was like,
I have my religion.
I have this Chad on one hand, and I have this soy Corran on the other hand, like premarital sex. I was like, oh man, why is that a thing? Like, move away from that. I want to think about as little as possible about the exact sexual life of Corran Horn. I mean, I know that he slept with a Solonian. It's been a point. I get it, but at least they don't bring up that again.
Space herpes is real, everyone.
Yeah. So Corran is in a weird coping session. He's like more or less thinking about like doing this, getting into this position with Tavira, but
what?
Just because it seems to be the only way he has to get to Mirax.
No.
And so it's like, okay, basically she will get sex, but she won't get the commitment because obviously that's not his goal. I guess that's good that he remembers that, but yeah, it's a very weird thought process he has throughout like this chapter and the previous chapter. I think it was the previous one. And I was like, yeah, please, man, shut the fuck up. Like, he was a really nuanced character. And even afterwards, he's still going to be a very nuanced character. Like, more than people would give him credit for usually. But these chapters were so out of place. Like, this was, it was tough to read, I have to say. And we have Elagos making a very base little thing, which is basically like share a Karmasi idiom with him. It's called like if the wind doesn't speak to you, think about whether you forgot your name, and it's basically a retelling of what Hellhorn at once told Corran. It's like if you don't recognize the, if you don't recognize the, what was it? Yeah, if you don't not recognizing yourself in the mirror anymore, like you should wonder, are you still the same person? Like, is it which is nice. And Corran admits that is true. Yeah, and that's where I wondered, like, is he legit just a horny person? Like, is that his thing? Which is weird because he has very clear and sensible character flaws up to this point and afterwards. So I don't, like, I guess lust can be a character flaw, but it needs to make it.
It's a weird.
I just don't think I don't think it gets developed enough. Is my main issue with it.
That, and I have to say, like, no, I'm not sure how they would develop it, but it doesn't sound that compelling to me. Like, as a flaw, just be like just that you are sex crazed or something. I mean, I guess whatever. So, chapter 41, it sort of continues. I think it was these 3 chapters. Yeah, Corran admits that he likes the attention he gets from Tavira, because even though he's married and he doesn't want to cheat, he does want to be attractive to others, which I guess makes sense. Like, okay, you want to be attractive to a whole lot of people, but like stay with one. That's sort of the idea behind that, and I mean that sort of makes, but it's weird to think about that. And yeah, now this gets brought up what you mentioned before, Pico, that Tavira choosing him as a sexual partner is something that basically satisfies his ego. I mean, of course, I understand that, which is a path to the dark side. So you can say, okay, because this is something that Corran did bring up beforehand, is that most people are not clearly on the dark or clearly on the light. Most people are, when they are not really aware of concepts like that, they sort of like jump back and forth more or less. And that the situation he's in with all of these pirates that he mentioned, this little thing that he mentioned, that most Force users won't probably know about this and are somewhere in between, and him mentioning his ego, I guess you can make an argument, okay, the dark side had a very strong influence on him. And also, which was mentioned, not as clearly enough as I would have liked, like I said, but it was mentioned that Exakun attempted to sway him to his side. So I guess you can make sort of sense of it like that. All of this is leading Corran to even think about all of this stuff, like with Tavira and with sex in the first place. And I think that's the best case you can make, and I think it makes it a bit more sensible. It's an okay explanation. Again, I think I think I can at least speak for myself in saying I would have preferred if that whole passage wasn't really a thing. But this is the best explanation I think he can make. One of the better ones, I guess. Yeah. So exactly. So he basically at this point felt like, okay, he tried to become a Jedi, more or less leave his Corsac person and his like rogue personality behind. After the Academy was a disappointment for various reasons, he now tried again to leave his Jedi persona behind and just be a Corsac guy, a rogue guy. and he now starts to realize, okay, all of this is part of him, and he shouldn't leave any of those parts behind because it makes sense for him. And this is a realization that I've waited for a long time, because it's very clear throughout this book that he sort of jumps back and forth in, okay, what exactly is my place? Like, Jedi, I mean, to be a Jedi is a very respectable thing, but is this quite my place? I'm more specialized in being what I was up to this point. But also just being what I was is also not quite right. I have the capabilities to become more, and maybe just all of this is part of me, and all of this should be like trained and nourished. And it's like, okay, this is a nice little save for this chapter at least. I think it makes sense, and yeah, I can praise him for that. It's good that he came to that realization. So, Elegos, chapter 42 now. We have Elegos again. He explains that he is the nephew of Ulenik. So Ulenik is the Karmasi Jedi that was on the side of Nija Halcyon when he died. He managed to get away from there, obviously, because Tyrus died on there as well. He sought refuge on Alderaan and ultimately died when Alderaan was destroyed. Yeah, like I mentioned previously, the Karmasi memories are called Memni. And their speciality with that is also that they can share that with other people. Like, this ability has basically furthered the communication behind like the whole race of the Karmasi, and led to them like getting a very good understanding of what the peace is and why they want to why they want to achieve peace so badly. And it's, I mean, I think we all agree, like, the Karmasi are a pretty interesting culture, I think, and Elegos is not a hugely relevant character in this book, but he's a nice little character here.
Yeah.
Stop saying no. I don't want to know what happens to him. He's nice now. Don't want to think about if something bad happens afterwards. No, exactly. But this is yeah, exactly. So eventually so this is also a setup, because later on Elegos will share the Memni of Nija's death with him, which of course was shared to him by his uncle. Now Corran is basically in attack mode. He is like, okay, no, like I've wasted time here. I've sort of followed a dark path that I don't really want to follow up to this point, and I'm gonna be more practical in my approach now. So obviously he left his lightsaber, basically more or less at home. So he needs to build a new one. The only the only thing that he can rely on to find out how to build a lightsaber now is his knowledge that Rostek, his adoptive grandfather, hid the story of Nija Halcyon inside the genetic code of various plants, and also subsequently in like work that was published about these plants, and and he assumes that the plan, or like the description on how to build a lightsaber would be in this work as well, which it is ultimately. So we have Corran. He tries to like rationalize how he's gonna go about confronting Tavira now. He doesn't want to kill these people, because he has found friends in them, like, let's say, Kayet or Timza, which were both like from Rock Squadron. I'm not sure, like, at the end, I can say that at the end they escape from the planet while fighting is going on. I'm not sure if they are ever brought back again, perhaps an NGO, but I'm not sure if they are a thing again. They just get away, and I hoped perhaps they're going to join Rogue Squadron in some way, or be pardoned. But yeah, we don't hear from them again. They just get away. But Corran doesn't want to kill him. He wants to find a way to not do that.
What was their name?
Kayet, so Caet. I'm not quite sure how you would pronounce that. And Timza, which would be Timmser. Timza.
Don't remember.
Yeah, maybe they're like mentioned in like one sentence or something. It would be unfortunate if they were never mentioned again. But yeah. So we get, this was also something that I very much liked, and that should have been in the Academy trilogy before. And we get like half a chapter just of Corran finding material and building a lightsaber. So he builds this lightsaber like from from spaceship parts, which I guess is a nice touch considering he's a pilot. He oh yeah, nice. He and also something I guess that this is sort of retconned with kyber crystals as we have them today is that basically any crystals can function as a lightsaber crystal in this book. So I mean, obviously,
another stupid TCW retcon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is something that wasn't a thing, and I'm not sure if they are. Are they a thing anywhere else besides TCW?
Oh yeah. No, only in Disney canon. Everywhere else in the EU, you could just use whatever crystal you wanted. It was called just a focusing crystal.
Okay.
So Sith made their own because they were like edgy.
I know that. Yeah,
I honestly think it's fine either way, but for TCW to just change it like that is a bit.
Yes, it's
Filoni.
unnecessary. You could
I understand.
You could just say Ilum is like a planet where these crystals are, and like maybe they are a bit better or something. They are very stable. Like
the thing about in Ilum in the EU was the fact that if we see that in the original 2003 Clone Wars, and the thing there is just that it has an abundance of crystals. It was like a crystal mine, and so that's why the Jedi of the prequels have like just green and blue sabers because those were the ones on Ilum.
Yeah. And like very rarely perhaps you had like purple or something.
Yeah, but that had to be found somewhere else, and it was like an adventure for the Jedi. You see that in the 2003 Clone Wars with Luminara and Barriss, where they go and scour for lightsaber crystals.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, if it's only really a TCW thing, then I don't really consider that a contradiction. Then so
you could just retcon and say, oh yeah, kyber crystals are just another name for the ones on Ilum.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, really irrelevant. I would also say. No, exactly. Yeah, we get half a chapter of just
TCW's in canon, by the way.
True. Yes, exactly. So he is. He basically describes himself like as a medium that the Force uses basically to put the lightsaber together, and
that's cool.
Especially and he compares it to all of his basically like separate personalities. You could almost say like his Corsac, him being a rogue, him being a Jedi. That just like those who are now fused together into one, the lightsaber is fused into one as well, which I guess also gives a bit more credence to the first-person perspective. You could say because now you have all these, these personalities and. They are
finally
now
becoming
all one.
Accepting who he actually is.
Exactly, like I am a Jedi. I'm not just that. Like I have other stuff, but yes, I'm a Jedi, and yes, you could say that this has a sort of a story reason. I mean, I wouldn't even have said it would have been horrible if it wasn't in first person. Like, still, it
just kind of adds to it, I think.
Yeah, but in this way, you could this adds to it actually. Yeah. Yes. So exactly, he says, pilot, Corsac, Jedi comes together, and he says like, in the absence of evil, in the absence of Jedi, the evil will always win. Like, but when there is a Jedi, evil evaporates. That's something that Corran just says as a line.
I think that.
Which is a nice touch. I like that. Yes. He now adopts a new responsibility, and he describes it as something that needs to be approached carefully, and it's not something he can leave behind in an office. It belongs to him as a person now. It's not just his position as whatever, as a rogue pilot, as a Corsac. No, it's his as a thing that belongs to him intrinsically, and he can't get that away from him anymore. Very nice. Like
I Jedi.
Yes. So chapter 43. So it's like don't have that many anymore. I think 5 chapters. Corran's plan is basically to instill fear among the Invid pirates. He basically wants to try because, like he said, he doesn't really want to kill them. He just wants to intimidate them. And considering that Tavira, like the Invids, I mean, they are like, in a way, they are one team, but they are not really like the pirates. Let's say that Tavira hires. They are not really like it's not like the Empire where it's actually like, you know, a direct commander. It's like, okay, you call out the planet, like everyone goes there, and afterwards, like everyone just sort of does their thing again. They are a bit more loose when it comes to their unity. If you're gonna do that, I can do that too.
But I don't do it intentionally. I just drank a bit of root beer.
I'm sure. No, exactly. So the first thing he does is he goes to Captain Knife, I think was his name.
Whoa, Captain Knife?
No, so Nive. So
okay, I thought that was a silly name at first.
No, Knife. I guess is the. I mean, I guess that's the way you pronounce it.
That's a TCW name.
That's sort of true. Yeah.
Savage Oprah's. Such a silly name.
Savage Oprah. That's the name. Yeah. Exactly. He starts with him basically. So he, there's this Imperial officer I mentioned before who's called his name is like weird to pronounce. I think Zlek Unar or something.
Zlek?
So it's Zlece. I don't know Zles. I'm not sure how to pronounce that even, to be honest.
Yes.
And Oonar. So Unar, I guess.
Unar.
I mean that
works.
Yeah. So he was the Imperial who almost once destroyed the survivors, so the little subgroup, and Corran projects a vision, basically like a ghost of him into Knife's mind, which of course lets him be afraid. Like, who is that? I mean, obviously he's dead. They know he is dead, and he gives Knife, like while he is in that trance, he gives him a coin. Because this is like a superstitious thing that the survivors did when they were to kill someone. I'm not sure if they ejected him into space or like they just shot him, but I think they forced a coin into his mouth because that's like a thing that the evil spirit of their victim won't haunt them afterwards. And so he gives that as a token to, okay, no, this is actually this guy who's there. Exactly. So this was supposed to be the proof also that this was a real occurrence, because of course no one else. It was like in a cantina. No one else saw the ghost, aside from Una. But this coin was then used as like, oh, this is like a proof that actually something in some form did happen. Exactly. So that's chapter 43. Really, it's just a setup slowly. 44. Yeah, so he starts like basically ambushing people, especially those. So the pirates are on a regular planet, more or less, with other normal regular people, and they sometimes try to rough up, or let's say force. I think in this chapter they attempted to rape a woman. Corran goes to them before they can do anything really. He defeats them. He doesn't kill them. He just injures them because, of course, first of all, he doesn't want them to die like senselessly, and also he wants them to spread the message, basically, like that there's a ghost, a Jedi in the shadows roaming around, like attacking people who are misbehaving, and some of them even try to hunt him, and he's projecting. Like I said, the projection stuff was very well used throughout this book. I think he projects onto them that to give them the impression that he's escaping when he actually isn't. He's just luring them into his trap. Just nice. And you slowly get the description of how the whole situation is deteriorating. So more and more people are leaving the Invits because they are starting to get uncomfortable. People keep getting attacked. They keep getting injured. No one has any possibility to do something. The only one who's sort of steadfast is one of the the subgroups from Shala the Hutt. Shala the Hutt is one who's rallying his people. He's basically inspiring them to do counterattacks, like to just be aggressive, to be prepared for this ghost Jedi attacking at some point. he is also going to be the one who's going to set up a trap for Corran, which he's going to walk into. Yes, so Corran, previously Corran constructed his own lightsaber, and he did the thing that Gantoris did, which is put a few, like I think he put 3 crystals in there. Obviously, so obviously he got the crystals from Tavira, because now Tavira is more or less under the impression that Corran, she gave him like a month to think about this, but she started giving him like a few, nice clothes and nice furniture and stuff already, and crystals, like jewels, were among them too. This is what he used to build his lightsaber. He puts 3 crystals in there, and also like now has the extending lightsaber that Gantoris has.
Well, that's a thing in the EU, like quite extensive.
Yeah, apparently it's also like I think Dooku had one, like Vader I think also had one. Apparently, yeah. I mean, I guess that makes sense. And here we're gonna have a fight against Shala a bit later. That's where they get a few drawbacks, because I was previously like, you have a lightsaber that's just 3 meters long. This is they put an explicit number on it. I think I think 3 meters was like one of the lengths that was described. And it's like, okay, that sounds very strong. Like, how the hell are you gonna, like, you can just chop someone's head off and they are not gonna know what happened to them until they are dead. But this book will describe a few caveats to that, and like I said, it's pretty nice that they do it. So he is trapped by Shala. Exactly, he announced to him, like, basically, oh, go to this. I think it's a hangar or something, like just a hall or something, where it's like, yeah, come here and here right now, to settle this once and for all. And basically around him, there's a whole lot of explosives set up, and also like energy blasts. Like, so there's, I'm not quite sure how that was, like, what that exactly was. It's like some form of energy, like not quite blaster turrets or something, but some form of energy shockwaves or something that were being shot at Corran. So what he does with all of these energy blasts that are pumped at him is that he manages to absorb the energy, and that he reuses this energy to essentially like almost create a vortex in the same way that Streen did before, and to eject all of the fire that's coming from the explosions around him out like through the roof. That's what he does. He manages to actually survive. Shala was dead because like he trusted, so like a technician set all of this up for Shala, but he wanted to get his position basically, so he made it in a way that Shala also wouldn't survive. He ultimately didn't. Shala was dead. Unfortunately, Corran used so much of his force energy that he was unable to do anything else, which means he couldn't rely on projections to escape. He used clothes, obviously, like a cape and a hood to disguise himself. That was now burned through because of the fire that surrounded him. He was basically naked, and he had to run away. And there was this, Greyholm mentioned that before, there was this funny scene where he's like running away, basically entirely naked, and like 2 women find him and make fun of him because obviously he looks like a lunatic. And Elegos finds him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you were out all night drinking again, weren't you? Like, oh, you destroyed your speeder, didn't you?" And Corran then just like plays along, of course, to give him like an alibi. And this was, I have to say, yeah, that was a pretty funny scene. Yeah, but it was nice. Like, still, I was like a bit unsure about the energy absorption thing, but I think, yeah, we talked about it before. Like the weakness that he has with his telekinesis stuff, and the immense strain that it puts on him. Like he did this, but he basically depleted all of his force in doing so. And it seems like, okay, there's an idea of balance here, like how to balance out his abilities, and I think that was well done. Chapter 45. Exactly. So we get a few caveats about the extending sword. Corran says, okay, yeah, because he used it before, and one of the crystals was melted, basically, because the crystal was not dense enough to hold the energy. The extending swords are basically like good for surprise, but it's pretty easy for opponents to defend themselves and move in close quickly. At which point the long sword would be more of a drawback rather than an advantage, and it's generally pretty impractical just for sword fighting, which I guess makes sense. And it's like, okay, I was very unimpressed with them in the trilogy because they were just like a thing, and they apparently didn't really seem to have any drawbacks, like none that I could see at least. But because then I was like, oh, why don't all the Jedi have those things ever? Like, this sounds perfect, like no drawbacks. But no, this book just establishes a few drawbacks, and that was good. He also admits that he was wrong and that Elegos was right. So Elegos, of course, warned him that him going to meet with Shala would obviously be for a trap, and that he shouldn't go. Corran did it. He was wrong. Elegos was right. Kayet and Timza got away. They are not mentioned in this book again, so I guess I'll see whether they are ever mentioned again. And exactly, Tavira was not informed about this, and this goes back to what I said before. Like, okay, they're not really a joint group per se. It's not like the Empire where there's clear ranks and all of them strictly belong together. So she was, like, it was said that she usually only sends direct there's only communication from her part towards the pirates, never the other way around. And she usually just sends someone to the planet when she wants to gather groups. It's like, okay, makes sense. Chapter 46 being the next one. So this time Corran is the one who's once again being attacked. So of course, like, a lot of people are gone now, but it's still not everyone. Corran once again is roaming around as a Jedi ghost, basically, and now he gets to be attacked by the Force users that helped Tavira all the time. He is being found and rescued by Luke and Oril. So they are, like, for the end, they are back in the book. Which is pretty nice. So they had exactly for this, because they now knew about the Force user stuff. They had Isalamiri with them, like one Isalamiri. And exactly, and something that was described that was described here, and I really like that, is how it was described, like how easy it was for Luke to fight these Force users. Once again, proving like, okay, Corran is not OP, still obviously weaker than Luke. Luke has a pretty easy time fighting multiple people, whereas Corran struggles a bit more against one, which is good. So they quickly interrogate them. They try to basically like bullshit their way, saying Luke set up a trap, whereas that wasn't the case. Luke just found Corran by accident because the Force was basically flaring up. The leader was a female, I think, of this little team. She basically described fear of her people being slaughtered. So this is a little setup of another like separate Force user group, which is called the Gen Sarai. She's a part of them. They are more or less being held hostage by Tavira, and so they have to do her bidding. Otherwise, they're obviously gonna get killed. Yes, that is that. Nothing more to say. Like, we get a few more details in the next chapter, in the next chapters, let's say. So, in chapter 47, exactly. So there's the Force group called the Gen Sarai from the Suabi system. Tavira, after escaping, which I assume could mean escaping in the X-Wing comics. It's not really specified, but she just escaped from something, so I assume it's from Ayatu 6. she took over the planet and forced the local Force users basically to do her bidding. Corran and Luke because now they had a little moment to talk to each other. They had a bit of bonding that they could do. Corran apologized for, he had certain expectations about the Academy, and the expectations sort of hindered him from being taught anything really. And Corran apologizes to that for Luke because, like, he took the ability away from him or he took the chance from him even to teach him something very important. Yep, just I like it
because Corran's not better than Luke, guys.
Yes, and it was clear, like in the battle before, it was crystal clear, like Corran struggles to fight one of them, and he clearly describes like that Luke is very at ease. He's very calm in his fight. He holds off multiple people at the same time. It's very, very clear that Luke is stronger than him. Obviously clear. Like, there's no question here. And like this, he constantly says, like, if I were in your position, like, I don't know, I had to kill my father or I had to destroy the Death Star, I would not have been as good as you. It's constantly pointed out throughout the book. I think I don't know if this was like, oh, perhaps people thought from Rogue Squadron exactly that already, like, oh yeah, Corran is like sort of OP. It's like, no, people, please, he's not. Take all of these caveats here. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Captain Knife.
I have one note for this chapter written down, and it's a quote. It's dual phase blades seem to be something of a fad among the Jedi at certain points.
Yes, you could say that. I mean, like I said, they were given a bit more sense in this book. They were just put in with no explanation really previously. But no, yeah.
I just really like that quote. I think it's funny.
There's a lot of quotes like, oh yeah, I see what you did there. This would be one of them, I think, yeah. Captain Knife, so one of the pirates, gets basically offered to join the New Republic if he is the one to guard the Gen Sarai, because of course Luke and Corran can't stay with them. They need to rescue Mirax, but they also can't just let them go. And Luke compares that to like Kip being offered redemption after the events of Corrida, obviously. And Corran sort of comes around to all of this, and it's like, okay, the galaxy wouldn't be better if Kip was dead. So I suppose it's best that way. I mean, once again, death is not the only punishment, but I guess it's the best way to make sense of this little episode. They attack the former palace of the governor, so like the former governor where Tavira moved in basically in. And they quickly find Mirax. Mirax being guarded by the Gen Sarai was also something that they needed to do to stay safe, more or less. They find her, and now they try to escape. Chapter 48 now. So Luke has a little exchange with Corran, and Luke, like, he talks about Mirax, and he's like, "Does she seem similar to like Mara to you?" And Corran's like, oh yeah, like, let's make sure they never meet. Which
Why?
Yeah, because like, oh yeah, they're both like very fierce. They are like they don't take shit basically. That's sort of their thing. They can be pretty sarcastic at times too. And it's sort of funny because I've heard that Mirax and Mara become like best friends later on. Which is like, it's funny. I like that. It's just, I mean, it was obviously like more like of a joke. So they go to Tavira's room, basically. Her room is full of expensive furniture and other very shiny objects, basically. And it isn't said in that book, but I assumed. I mean, Corran wasn't present at that mission, so he wouldn't know, or he wouldn't have remembered per se. But I assumed this were the objects that she stole from Ayatu 6 in the X-Wing comics. If so, it's not confirmed or denied, but if so, that would be a nice little connection. think probably. I mean, it's the best headcanon you can make out of this, I guess. Or perhaps it's not, but I like that. That was in here. There's a little battle against the. She's called the Sarai Ka. So the Sarai Ka is also like a rank, like the leader of the Gen Sarai. Corran once again, he says he could have only helped Luke on Corcras. So Corcras was the previous battle they fought on, where Luke and Oral saved Corran. He said like, oh, I could have only helped him really in this fight if I held his cape, because he's that much better than me. Okay. What can we take away from that? It's obvious that Corran is not stronger than Luke. Very clear. Tavira has a conversation with him. Of course, she's pissed. Corran's like, yeah, we're gonna get you. You've lost. Tavira flies away. She tries to escape. Corran sends a force projection towards her that basically projects into her mind that the sun, because there was a thing, Tavira doesn't believe that the Sun Crusher was destroyed. She thinks like that's a lie from the New Republic, and that they obviously kept it to at some point pursue her. And she spoke about that with Corran, so he knows that. He projects this picture into her mind where the Sun Crusher and like Superstar Destroyers are attacking her. Like all of it is a trap if she chooses to stay behind and destroy the palace. So she's panicking and says like, immediately, we need to escape now. Let's go away. Which she does then. We don't get to see her death in this book, but it's said in the ending like, okay, yeah, the New Republic is on her, like without her without a Force user friend. She's basically just a other normal warlord without anything special other than her Star Destroyer. And at some point she will be found. We don't get more from that, so I don't know if like she's a factor later on in some book, but yeah. And chapter 49, so that's the last chapter. I have a few thoughts here. The survivors, so Corran's little team, basically, they all get pardoned more or less. They get to keep their ships, and the Karmasi will be relocated on Corcras, as far as I understood, because it's a bit better to live there. Corran has so all of them have a conversation with the Sarai Ka, the leader of the Jansari. He used a project. So what's happening now is Elegos is transferring the memory, like the memory from Nija Halcyon's death onto Corran, and he's gonna force project that into the mind of the Sarai Ka, because she, like in their battle, she seemed to strangely like single out Corran. It's like, oh, it's like the Halcyon has come now to kill me, and you wonder like why is she pointing out Halcyon? And you find out in this chapter that the Sarai Ka is basically the wife of Nikos Tyrus, so the one who was killed by Halcyon, and he was also the one to I guess to build up the Jansarai and to have their little philosophy evolve, which was funny. Like I remember after reading it, I went to Wikipedia and I saw like apparently he also was like encouraged by Count Dooku to do something. I'm not sure where that was supposed to be. I didn't look that deep into it now, but I guess maybe he's a character somewhere in a prequel work. I'm not sure. Yes, so they obviously Nija and Tyrus killed each other, so they have a hatred for the Jedi generally, but also specifically for the Halcyons. Luke, it was funny. Luke had this little reasoning, like trying to make us see that okay, maybe it's not like you remembered. It's maybe a bit different. And he says like truth is often a matter of perspective. Was fun. I mean, obviously that's a throwback line to like, I've told you the truth from a certain point of view. I think also that was an earned line, and it made sense for him to accept that as a teaching and to like put it in this scene here. Exactly. So we have that little memory transfer scene. Corran officer. This was something I also think the timeline doesn't quite add up here. Is that Corran says that perhaps this will lift a burden that she has now been carrying for 40 years. That doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me, because obviously Nija Halcyon was alive in Jedi Trial, which is like pretty close to Revenge of the Sith. So like
that's more of a George Lucas problem, though. Like all the Clone Wars stuff.
I mean, yeah, arguably the prequels retconned that, and not this book, the prequels. So yeah, it was just like, okay. I mean, I could mention that.
Same issue as in all of Thrawn trilogy as well, and pretty much all the Bantam stuff. Anytime they mention.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, also like in Children of the Jedi, I mean that Jedi could have children in the first place. Obviously, like they had to recontextualize that to make sense with the prequel era teachings from the movies. But yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, we had some of the like dark side force users dying here. And there was this little cool scene that I never actually thought about this ever happening again. But it was described as, when the bodies of these dark side force users died, they were unable to keep the dark side within them anymore. And it basically created like an explosion of pure energy, in the same way, if you remember how the Emperor died in Return of the Jedi, where the blue shockwave is coming out. Like I always assumed, I don't know, at the bottom there seems to be like some energy, some reactor or something, and the evaporation of his body is what causes it. But from the point of view in this book, it's not. It's the dark side energy that is now overpowering the body.
That's actually what I thought. I thought like he was so angry that the force was basically like coming out of his body and basically exploding him from the inside up. Because you see, the Death Star is hundreds of kilometers long.
Yeah.
You're not going to fall down to the reactor in such a short time.
That's true. And yeah, in hindsight, this actually makes a whole lot more sense. Yeah.
It's a great retcon, in my opinion.
Yes, I agree. And I'm not sure if we ever really get that, like when dark side force users die, that they explode in this way, really.
Sometimes. For example, the Emperor in Dark Empire 2 was having his body eaten from the inside because he was gradually being consumed by the dark side.
Yeah, I guess that was his body deteriorating. But no, okay, that makes sense. No, I like that. I think that's actually the better version of it. Like it's, that you're holding this very unstable energy inside of you, and if your body dies, you are obviously unable to control this anymore. And so it violently leaves your body and causes this explosion. That was nice. We get a bit more of insight into, like, just a bit insight into the Jansarai philosophy. It's apparently a Sith word, which describes like those hidden who follow the true path. Like, that's the word that it's just that's what it describes. And
it's hard not to do it. Okay, it's natural.
It's all right. I'm not sensitive about that. I just thought it was funny. Exactly. So we have Luke. I think it was Luke describing that, or perhaps it was Corran. I think it was Luke, that the Jansarai basically, they have adopted the philosophy of the Sith, obviously, because like the point was that Tyrus at some point found like all of these Sith teachings and started following them and reading about them when he became disenfranchised with the Jedi, and he instilled this philosophy into the Jansarai philosophy. But the point was that the Jansarai didn't actually, like, they weren't particularly interested in causing harm or attacking people for like some personal gain. They'd simply learned about the Force to defend themselves from Jedi because they assumed that they were a constant threat to them. And Luke said, okay, which means they basically never really strayed from the light side. They followed the true path for wrong reasons. That's how he described it. And I thought this was a really interesting thing, because it's true. I mean, ultimately, it wasn't like a Sith warrior who wanted to like to have a big conquest and to attack planets and make people suffer and wipe somebody out. No, they just wanted to learn for self-defense purposes. They never, from their own volition, attacked others. And that was, I think, a nice little addition, like a nice little middle ground of Jedi Sith philosophy that we had here. And Luke spoke about like they have limited themselves in their Force usage, like by their own philosophy, because it was like their philosophy was never about helping everyone, which is sort of what the Jedi philosophy is. But it's always been tied down to their own group, and that's why they were also not as open to the Force as a Jedi would be. Also, like as explaining why they weren't capable, let's say, of sensing other things happening besides when it's directly like threatening Tavira, which is a nice addition. I like that. It was very interesting. He offers them all of them a spot in the Praxium. Also nice. They will consider it. And he said like all of us like we just have like whether it's the Corellian tradition, whether it's like the Jansarai or the, let's say, mainstream Jedi, all of them still are followers of the light side. All of them are true in some way. They just have their different traditions, which is like for a galaxy that big, even though the Jedi are an organized group, it makes sense that there's people who follow the same path but have their own little idea about how they do that. And I like that. It was a nice addition. And we get a little epilogue chapter. Luke and Corran just have a little chat. They both express their unwillingness to have Corran return to the academy. Luke says he doesn't want him to return because, he is specialized basically in his own little thing, which is the X-wing pilot part, the Corsac part. Like this is what he is mainly trained in. This is what he is excelling in, and also like joining the military would give him a better opportunity to have children, which is nice for Luke to acknowledge, and also Corran acknowledges it as well. They basically agree, okay, like, we're going apart in good terms, like we're going to cooperate, obviously. I'm not going to return. I have my own path I have to follow. I'm better at some things that other Jedi, and other Jedi have their own things that they are better at compared to me. Luke announced also that they will, like, these investigation skills that Corran proved to have in the whole Exar Kun story, that he will try to incorporate them into the Praxium teachings, which is also a nice touch. Corran destroys both the temple and the statue of Exar Kun with his X-wing, like he's shooting torpedoes and lasers at them. It felt almost a bit symbolic, perhaps, but I mean, it makes sense. Like, it is still a source of dark side of, it's basically a testament for the power that Exar Kun used to have, and it's not supposed to remain there anymore. Like, no one should be misled by the philosophy that is still within the temple, whether it's like spiritually or actually physically. Yep. And that was the entire book. We have managed to do the entire book. So, I mean, Fabi, you haven't read it yet. Pico, so maybe I'll just ask you, like, what would you, like, out of 10, or maybe like S to F, what would you give this book? I wonder.
I don't know. Pico, you'll have to choose.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a second. What was the question?
Jedi, is it a B or an A tier novel?
Oh.
Or like generally, like what tier, and like maybe also out of 10.
I think I have it as a 7.5.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of missed potential in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of drags it down, sadly, but it's still one of my favorite novels. I don't think it's one of the best ones, but I do think it's one of my favorites.
Yep. I have to agree. So I did my little
I
temporary
guess B tier. I don't know.
Yeah, B tier or A tier. Like, where would you put it?
I don't know. That's the thing. I think mathematically that would be a B.
I mean, 7. I don't know. 7. I mean, 7.5 is high, but I guess. I mean,
Maybe
it's,
A minus. I'd have to actually make the tier list. That's the thing, and I don't really want to do that until I get more down, because it would just be like all the new Jedi Order and then random books here and there.
For me, it's exactly the other way around. Like all the, like a lot of the Old Republic stuff, the Rebellion era stuff. Obviously, everything after iJedi so far is not on my tier list. I did a little temporary tier list just like for now. I put iJedi on there on A myself, and I also said like 7.5 or 8 out of 10 would be my ranking. It's tough to say. I think a 7.5 is probably the fairest ranking. I also agree there's a lot of missed potential. The whole Corran Tavira thing, it was like, now that I talked about it, like that I verbalized all of these thoughts, I was like, okay, there's a lot of little thoughts that Corran described that together make up him, like, basically being in the dark, or not really on the dark side, but sort of in darkness right now. And it makes sense for him to be obviously selfish. By the end, he isn't anymore, and there's no trace of him ever being that. But it was initially a bit bad. Yeah, I think for now is 7.5.
And then you also have some of the Jedi Academy trilogy plot issues that leak into it too. And
yes, it's tough to really decide how to rate that, because like in one way it's not his fault really. Like, let's say that Luke doesn't really do anything in the academy is not something that Stackpole is responsible for. He has to write around it. But it is true, like, it's part of his story now as well. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of.
I think I'm comfortable with 7.5.
7.5, I think, is fair. Yeah, I think I would say that as well. Yeah, I mean, I can already say you obviously know it. The next book would be Children of the Jedi.
Yeah, baby.
It is so far a very slow read already.
Two chapters in.
Two. They were painful, I have to say. They were like, it's. I had that. I tried. Still haven't read it. I tried to read Nietzsche, and like Nietzsche also is what Nietzsche's doing is like doing these very complex sentences, and you need to read them multiple times to really get the meaning. It's like this, but just in bad. Like, she has nothing to say, but she tries to do the same thing. I also described it as like, like Tolkien, but you're just untalented. That's what I call it.
I'm gonna listen to the audiobook version, so I don't have time to skip.
I have it playing as I'm reading it, and it's still painful.
It is.
I have to like pause it every now, just so I can write down my thoughts before.
Yeah.
Before.
You know how you love courtship?
So much flowery language.
What? I'm sorry.
You know how you love courtship, Don?
Shut up.
I'm pulling out my Courtship Princess Leia copy here. It's so stiff. Like, it wants me to break the spine. It is so stiff. I can't open this more than a little slit, or else the entire spine of it will break in half. I'm so scared right now.
I have to admit, Courtship also wanted me to break the spine in half, but I suspect it's for other reasons than you.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Who printed this? When was this printed? I'm going to look real quick.
Our copy.
It's a 2016 mass market edition reprint.
Yeah, okay, you have the English one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because it's funny, like, I have all the adult novels, aside from Dark Forces, but like, okay, that's a novella, were translated and printed into German. The problem is most of them were never reprinted. So I'd say also Courtship, like all of these Bantam era books, aside from like Thrawn trilogy, like stuff that got an anniversary edition or something, or that is relatively modern, like that came around in the prequel era, maybe a bit later. All of them are old, and if you look at the back, like the prices are still in Deutsche Mark and Austrian shillings, so like the old pre-Euro currencies, which is really funny actually. It's like, oh yeah, they are that old.
When did you switch to Euro?
like 2001, 2, somewhere around there. I think like January 1st or something, 2002, I think was the switch. Yeah, so it's like very briefly born in the Deutsche Mark era, but at the end of it, yeah. Yes, so that's that. What do you guys say? Do we want to see?
Yeah, let's watch the Jedi reread.
We're gonna EFAP iJedi.
We're gonna EFAP.
I would have said we could hop on Quentin Linvas's stream, but it just ended, so.
Oh.
Oh, it ended. Oh, that's unfortunate. I hope that maybe he did
I had it on the side.
Parallel.
That's why I was distracted. Yeah.
I was just playing it so that he'll get the view time.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Sad. So, wait, I'm gonna. I think 125 was pretty good last time. We don't need it as original.
Reread Jedi.
Here we go.
Welcome to Reread. Today I reread Jedi again.
Scroll up. Or full screen, I guess. So.
Of course it's first person, and of course I don't like that, but I was prepared to give this a second shot.
There, you have no reasoning. I'm sorry. Like, I don't see any reason for, like if you're, I'm neutral really towards it, and I see the points in the book where you can say, okay, there's almost a story reason to do that, but like really not liking it. So I don't know.
Lenoia Tavira is in it for a little while. She's mentioned a little bit at the beginning. She's from the comic books. I was surprised that I didn't remember that. Of course, Dark Empire is a big part of it. Luke is still drinking hot chocolate, which I thought wasn't a thing anymore, but still is.
What?
Why
wouldn't it be a thing anymore? I mean, yeah, it's like a big Legends hater thing. Like, oh yeah, Lando taught Luke how to drink hot chocolate. That's so silly. Legends was always silly.
I mean, it's weird that he hoped it wasn't. Like, it seemed almost like he hoped or he thought, oh, that's not a thing, but apparently it is. And even if it wasn't, like, whose fault is that? Like, the Thrawn trilogy. Yeah, obviously. The Thrawn trilogy, he drinks hot chocolate. In the Jedi Academy trilogy, he doesn't. Like, which one came before? I'm sorry.
What's wrong with hot chocolate?
Yeah, it's like so specific. I mean, it's like a thing EU haters meme on, like, oh, hot chocolate. Like, that's so stupid. That's like...
Also, Fab died. Sad.
What, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's out. Whoops. Oh. Yeah.
There we go. My mic lagged out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hot chocolate.
Weird. I mean, it's usual. I would expect that from an EU hater, not really from Matt Wilkins. But
yeah, Matt Wilkins is an EU hater.
Yeah, he's gonna now complain about Skippy the Jedi droid and Creamy Sheaf. It's like, okay.
Missing. Corran Horn doesn't know why. He wakes up. He thinks he's gone insane. Did Mirax even exist? And he calls Tycho and says, I had a wife, or Dorsk 81. I had a wife, right? We were married, right? Mirax exists, right? She's in trouble. She's in danger. She was on a mission by Kraken. Kraken can't tell her where she is. It's top secret. Wedge until he says, you know this. Corran goes, I don't care. You must tell me she's in danger. I must save my wife. He's just...
Okay. The forgetting part, he could have... I'm not sure if he's going to mention that there's a reason why that happened. Like that, because he was in such shock that his brain, like, sort of, I think it was more or less even the Force, that it protected the memories that he had of that. Basically, he buried them in his like subconscious or something, because he was so like he heard her in his dream, and he was so like traumatized almost from that. And yeah, your wife is lost, and no one wants to tell you where she is. Yeah, I think it makes sense to be a bit pissed, especially if you knew this super secret like agent dude just sent her off somewhere, and like you didn't know. Yeah, I'm gonna be I would be a bit pissed off. Whatever.
Just crazed with panic now for his wife. And Luke says, hey, why don't you come by the academy? He goes, yeah, I got 10 weeks to spare.
That's... Maybe he's gonna learn a few very important skills in which he can single-handedly destroy a pirate crew, because the
there's no other knowledge of where they are.
Yeah, like Kraken won't cooperate with him, and if he gives him, like, if he does an obvious attack Mirax will be killed. That's pretty obvious. Like that's pretty clear.
Rack and sell solo.
So in the very first few chapters, we are told that Corran Horn is just desperate. I mean, he's just crazed to find his wife. What happened to his wife? You must tell me now. We must go now. I will start searching the galaxy, planet by planet if I have to.
That's not so crazy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I am insane, but this doesn't sound crazy to me. Yeah.
But I have time to be a Jedi. Okay. And so he takes 10 weeks, and of course he lives through the events of the Jedi Academy trilogy. And it's just as bad as I thought. No, wait, it's worse. First off, Corran Horn says that he needs to change his name so he can go undercover, so his enemies don't know he's at the Academy learning to be a Jedi. Well, here's a problem with this, because in Kevin J. Anderson's trilogy, not once, but at least twice, Luke tells Han and Wedge, who come and deliver supplies, like, hey, so what's going on in the outside world? We're cut off from everything over here. And
that's a problem with the Jedi Academy trilogy.
I mean, wait, what? So why? Am I stupid? Why would that be a problem for Corran's identity? Wait, so okay, Corran is going there as Kiran Halcyon because he doesn't want people to know that Corran Horn actually is on the planet, because that would raise suspicions on why he is specifically now. And
on the
and okay, yeah, Wedge and Han supply Luke with information sometimes when they are there. So I mean, maybe it's going to say something about it.
I didn't even know that Kip left, because there is no communication between Luke's academy and anyone else.
Which is a problem.
Yeah, yes, it is.
I mean, that's a pretty big problem. I mean, yeah, okay. I guess this is something you could say that iJedi did that wasn't done in the Jedi Academy trilogy. But the problem is, in the Jedi Academy trilogy, it was bullshit. Like, why wouldn't the Jedi Academy be hooked up to the Republic? Hey, perhaps, I don't know. Okay, they give them supplies, as I assume food or something.
They're directly funding the Jedi. Why wouldn't they?
Exactly. So let's assume they don't even have a spaceship there, right? They don't have a single spaceship there. So what if, I don't know, there's a whole bunch of Yavin 4 tigers are attacking them and eat up all of the food. Or the food is corrupted by a virus.
It's directly after
the food is gone.
Dark Empire, where Luke goes to the dark side.
Yeah.
And now he wants to build a Jedi Academy.
Yeah.
He
can't get away from the planet, and he has no means of calling anyone to the planet. And so if food is just gone, or I don't know, someone died perhaps. What's then? So then what? He's gonna die or what? I'm not sure.
So new arrivals, new departures, no one knows what's going on. So Corran Horn attending it, no one would virtually know, except unless Corran told someone he was going to be in the academy. New departures, no one knows what's going on. So Corran Horn attending it, no one would virtually know.
I mean, we have all throughout the EU, we always have some spies being somewhere. Perhaps they know.
Brackus is literally here.
Yep. He literally is here. Brackus.
He's right there.
I love Brackus.
I do too, actually. He's a really good character. Good job, Kevin.
And yeah, you're absolutely right, Pico. This is the problem of Stackpole. Stackpole has the more sensible thing here. Of course there should be communication between... And even if it's only Corran who has communication outside, because of course he would have. It would be stupid otherwise. I mean, I guess the temple as a whole do not have communication. Because, of course, this is something that is set up, and... Yeah, I guess he didn't realize...
Why wouldn't they have communication? They left...
Yeah.
All the stuff from episode 4 is still there, right?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff that wasn't immediately usable for something else. Basically, more or less got left behind. Yeah. It makes no sense.
Oh, damn. Did you know Brackus' first appearance was in Young Jedi Knights first, and then he was a prequel character in the New Rebellion? I thought it was introduced in the New Rebellion, because that came out around the same time as iJedi.
Yeah, it was Heir to the Force, and then New Rebellion, and then this.
Mm-hmm.
I miss when Bantam did that. You could have a book take place whenever. That was cool.
Yep. Corran told someone he was going to be in the academy. no sense to change his name. That was just something they did so you can say, wait, if Corran Horn was there during the Jedi Academy trilogy, why wasn't he mentioned? Well, don't worry, he comes
Seems like a pretty good
in between
idea.
each one of Kevin J. Anderson's chapters. It seems like he's witnessing something that we saw from the books, or coming in right after, or coming in right before. Or, while this is happening, this is what Corran Horn is doing. He's always doing something awesome. Let me just tell you that. Spoiler.
because everyone else doesn't. Like, okay, this is something I've heard that quite a bit now, like from a few people who either really like Jedi Academy, or like are more ambivalent towards it. Like, I don't really care. It's like, Corran is the one doing all of this awesome stuff, and no one else gets to do anything.
I don't,
like all of the. Yeah, first of all, I don't agree. That's blatantly wrong. Like, we have Kam Solyusa, who is leading the practical training there. Like, he's doing the lightsaber training. Force training is more something that Luke, and I mean, I guess you can argue that Kam could also do more for that. But Kam Solyusa is the leader when it comes to the lightsaber training. It's not Corran, it's Kam Solyusa. But the problem is, Kam Solyusa was introduced in, I think, Dark Apprentice, and he didn't do shit in that. He didn't do nothing.
He was there so they could be like, hey, do you guys know about Dark Empire?
Yeah, have you read Dark Empire? By the way, go to fucking Dark Horse and buy the comic.
Buy Dark Empire 2 now.
Yeah, the only book that really references this comic a lot and still like Kevin J. Anderson made me defend Dark Empire. I feel so dirty.
How do you feel dirty defending one of the best comics in history?
I didn't defend Crimson Empire.
No, Dark Empire.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't defend Crimson Empire. So no, but seriously, it's like Kam Solyusa is there. Stackpole doesn't have to make him do anything. Actually, it's good that he made him do stuff because it makes sense. But Dark Empire was a thing, and obviously Tom Veitch and Kevin J. Anderson worked together for the Jedi Academy trilogy because they constantly work together. They work together in Tales of the Jedi. Like, of course, this is relevant. And who else is gonna? Luke. We know exactly what Luke does at all times. He can't do anything actually active. He can't go out there and investigate because we know where Luke is basically at all times. Who else? Tion. Matt Wilkins himself said, "Who cares about Tion?" Silgal, not a thing yet. Kip Duran is gonna go away. Gantoris is gonna die. Who else do we have? We have Karanati, I guess. Sure, he's not even mentioned in this book, but yeah. Streen didn't do anything in the Jedi. Streen was the most interesting part of Jedi Search. He was recruited off screen. Like, you meet him, then there's off screen, and then Streen agreed with them. Like when the like in the middle of the chapter, there's just a little interception. Like, oh, okay, now they're gonna go somewhere and talk, and the next paragraph's like, okay, he's going with them now. Like, wait, this was the interesting part. Why did you? And Streen doesn't do anything afterwards. He's never. He has a bit of interesting dialogue at times. And who else is there? Like, I don't even know. I guess Dorsk 81. Okay, he also didn't do anything. Besides, I mean, he has a bit of influence because he scouted the area around the temple, and this is the information that Corran then uses to find Exakun's temple. So I guess you can still say he did something of value. More than he did before. Like, I'm sorry, you don't get to complain about this in iJedi. Like, either complain about this in the Jedi Academy trilogy, that, like, who really did something in the Academy directly other than Luke and perhaps Streen. Like, who else? Everyone else either died or didn't do anything. I don't know. Yeah.
Jason fought with a lightsaber.
Which is stupid. And I mean, still, that was Luke more or less taking control.
Yes.
Which is also still very fucked up. He's 2.5 years old. Or like 3. Not even 3, really.
It is weird, and I do remember I pointed this out the first time. It says, and this is not Stackpole's fault, but his father was 10 years old during the Clone Wars. Oh, hey.
Wait.
It's not Stackpole's fault. It is weird, and I do remember I pointed this out the first time. It says, and this is not Stackpole's fault, but his father was 10 years old during the Clone Wars. Oh, hey, look out. And so Corran is 20-something now? What's going on here? Mm-hmm. How is this possible? Well, George Lucas changed his mind constantly on how far back he felt the Clone Wars
Yeah,
were.
okay, I mean,
it
that's
could have been 40 years at this point. Maybe it was.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing we talked about when we talked about Corran and what's the I don't know, the leader of the Gen Sarai. It's like, oh yeah, you're having this burden for 40 years. Obviously, that's not true. We know when Nija Halcyon died. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah.
Later on,
You can't do anything to fix that.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not the fault of any of these books, to be honest.
I feel like they would have fixed it by now if it kept going, but it's EU's been gone for a long time now.
Yes, I mean, you can argue like at that point, at some point, like the aftermath of the prequels, at some point George Lucas just didn't care anymore. I mean,
Yeah.
yes, that's unfortunate.
Clone Wars, he just did not. George kept changing his mind. So
Yeah.
this is probably
I mean,
one of the things that Stackpole got instructions that the Clone Wars happened 40 years ago or whatnot.
Yeah.
Whichever it was, that's why, there was that mistake there. So I can't fault Stackpole for that. There are a few good things in here. Brakis is mentioned. He's in the, of course, he's going to be big in the young adult, young Jedi Knight stories.
I want to hear him say that again.
Brickus.
Brakis.
That mistake there. So I can't fault Stackpole for that. There are a few good things in here. Brakis is mentioned. He's in the, of course, he's going to be big in the young adult, young Jedi Knight stories. And he's always mentioned to be one of the original students, which we never heard of him. But here he's mentioned a lot, and he gets a little bit of a character, which is good. In fact,
a little bit of a character compared to what?
Exactly. Non-existing before.
Exactly.
Well, he had a character in Young Jedi Knights.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, like specifically
in the original
Jedi
Jedi
now.
Academy.
Stackpole looked at Kevin J. Anderson's Star Wars Illustrated Universe and took some pages out of that on the temple there, where General Dodonna sealed off certain sections during A New Hope because he thought, oh, this is a creepy monolith here. And so they go back to that place.
Oh, that's nice, I guess. I didn't know. I mean, I don't have the Illustrated Star Wars Universe.
I don't either.
book, but
I should get it, actually.
Yes, same. I think so too. Because I've heard like that it's actually pretty good, but no.
In the book, which I thought was really good. Luke doesn't know what, after Gantor's death, that's when Corran shows up, and he's sectioning off investigation and everything. So
Luke specifically sends him off to investigate. Like, this is something that he does. We should acknowledge it because he's a leader, and this is something a leader does. He distributes work, and I mean it's the best thing you can do because we know that Luke can't do anything because he won't. He didn't do it in the Academy trilogy, so it's the best solution to let Luke more or less order Corran to investigate on his own, and to not really tell others to not like cause a panic or something.
Luke just, everyone's panicking, but not him. Now I get that. I forgave that because he used to be Corsac. He's used to seeing, arrive at the scene of the crime, and Luke is like, "What do you think, Corran? What should we do next, Corran?"
That's not what happened at all.
But he doesn't do anything in the original trilogy. How are we gonna fix that? Luke doesn't do anything, and he doesn't know what to do, because he's gonna get beaten at the end of the second book and isn't a factor anymore. Like, I'm sorry, this is not I'm just passionate. I'm not angry, but this is not an argument you get to make. I'm sorry. Like, you can't make out Luke to be like an idiot in iJedi when he's basically following all of the story points from the Jedi Academy trilogy, plus just the few interactions he has with Corran, and having like, oh yeah, okay, what do you think? I mean, you're the investigator here. What do you believe? And okay, you think that? Oh, okay, yeah, sure, investigate that.
It gives a reason to actually stay on Yavin 4 for one.
Yes. Especially because they then, I think that's also here, is that Corran mentions that, oh, okay, we are the only ones that stand between him and his return now. And if someone else just went here, they could basically be accidentally release more or less Exar Kun, which is good because throughout the entire Jedi Academy trilogy, we don't really, we don't get what Exar Kun's motivation is really. Like, we don't know exactly why Exar Kun is seducing others. Like, we never get that. He is at least mentioned, okay, maybe he just wants to return. Yeah, that's a bit disingenuous too.
What should we? And I get that because he was Corsac. Maybe he's done to solve a mystery. So that part, I do not mind. And yeah, that's all I like about this. Now let's get to the awful. Not just the bad, but the awful. He and Mara Jade become insta friends.
I love it. That was beautiful.
What? Let's see.
Insta friends overnight. They're best buddies. In fact, when Mara eventually leaves, she went, "Corran, do me a favor. Watch after Luke for me. He's like, I will, buddy.
You have the burden of proof, Matt, why Mara isn't like that in the Jedi Academy trilogy. Jedi fixes Mara Jade because now she's like she was supposed to be after the Throne trilogy. She's in the Jedi Academy trilogy, like in the Jedi Academy itself, she's there for like 3 chapters. And she immediately leaves because she's gonna get fridged, obviously. We know that. I'm sorry. Like, and who else is gonna do it? Like Kip? Is Kip gonna look after him? Leia? Han? Maybe Jason and Jaina. I mean, they do.
They got it. They got it.
Yeah.
Oh, he said, "Can I call you friend?" She went, "I guess." And then later on, when they meet back up, how's Luke doing? He tells her how she did after the events of Jedi Academy. She said, "It's nice to have a friend." You know. Oh.
Yeah. Why didn't she have in the Jedi Academy trilogy? I wonder. Like the whole Jedi. Like we didn't even get her talking to Talon Card even once. Like she's just alone, and then she has fucking Lando because. If Luke is with Mara, it's obvious that they are gonna be something. So we gotta fridge her. And
get her out.
Confirm that she.
Yeah. I mean, is he go? Whatever.
Your mind's breaking.
Good friend.
Yeah, I don't even have any.
Mara Jade
5 minutes in.
easily makes friends, right? As we've seen with Lando and Mara and Luke and Mara.
Please shut up with Lando and Mara. She hates him throughout the book. She disrespects like even your own trilogy, like even the Jedi Academy trilogy, doesn't support this. Like there's 2 stupid scenes where she's like smiling like an idiot after the fake Sabak game, and where she says, "I like men who never get enough," which is like weird. But even afterwards, like. You know, this is something where you'd interpret as, okay, Mara is warming up to him, and she's now... But afterwards, she's immediately as dickish to him as she was in the beginning. And at the end, she still is. Like, I'm sorry, the Jedi Academy trilogy doesn't... It does set it up that Lando is horny. Yeah, I mean, we knew that already, but...
And then Luke and Mara, they were going to become friends after Last Command.
After the Last
it was
Command.
very clear.
I wonder what happened to that, Matt. Like, did something happen in between Jedi and the Throne trilogy that maybe made them not friends for mysterious reasons?
Never. She's not like this. It's totally out of her character to be this way and totally dumb. Now, of course.
Hang on a minute. I'll come with you. The ending of The Last Command. What does this mean? Well, I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna go to you for 3 chapters, and I'm gonna yeet off again. Yeah, that's what it means. Obviously, I mean she has Anakin. I think her having Anakin's lightsaber is not mentioned once. That's sort of a big deal, you would say. Yeah.
They do a practice duel, Corran, Horn, and Luke. I talked about this, where he easily defeats Luke.
Okay, so
Easily.
Luke doesn't really want to fight Corran. I mean, they are not fighting for life and death. I think if Luke were to fight for life and death, this is different. I think this is the best case he can make, almost. But this is quite a face, isn't it? I just see. This is the best case he can make. Fab loves the face. Sweet, right, I guess.
Go on.
No, but yeah. So what was it? Oh yeah, the training. So first of all, they're not fighting for life and death. If Luke and Corran were to fight for life and death, Luke would be easily defeating Corran, as we get to see throughout the entire book. When every single scene, Luke is better than Corran at literally everything. He doesn't want to fight. Wait a minute, okay.
I'm not looking at the. It's not because of the face. It's because I'm looking at the Garctic phone gifs.
A minute. Okay. No, but obviously, throughout this entire book, Luke is better than Corran at literally everything, and Corran is acknowledging this like dozens of times. And I'm sure you're not gonna mention it once, but he's mentioning dozens of times. Oh, if I would have done that, I wouldn't have made it. Or oh my god, I was literally of no help to Luke. Like he was so easily disposing of the Gensarai, and I was like having trouble with one. Okay, I guess this is the best scene you can make for, but it's obviously not a fight for life and death. Luke doesn't really want to fight him. Corran is just angry, and I guess you can still make the argument. Okay, it makes sense for Corran to be a better like fist fighter, a better brawler. I mean, Luke has never really done this kind of fighting. And sure, like if it's a real fight, Corran would never get so close. But
like Luke's laughing at one point because Luke thinks he has the upper hand, and
I don't believe that is true. He's just laughing, I think, because it's like gets into the spirit of the fight, not because he's like, oh my god, I'm gonna beat you. And you wouldn't know that because you know this little thing called first person. Corran literally can't know what's going on in Luke's mind because it's from his perspective.
Corran Horn easily dodges, gives him a good swift kick in the stomach. Oh, Luke is a bumbling idiot. And
May I introduce you to these books called the Jedi Academy trilogy, where Luke goes onto a planet with a big dark side presence, full of people who are impressionable and have no idea about the Force.
This whole thing makes Luke bleed, so he gets first blood, and he just wins. And the whole time he's teaching Luke a lesson, because he's Corran Horn, the greatest ever. Luke bows his head in defeat later, and he's like, "You've given me some good things to think about, Corran."
I mean, apparently, because he didn't think about them before, they were pretty logical.
I'll do that. Yeah, you just got whooped, Luke, by a student who doesn't know anything about the Force. It's right there. There's so many throw the book.
Does Kip know anything about the Force? Why did Kip Duran defeat Luke?
Darkety dark side.
Darkety dark side.
Are we ever gonna acknowledge that Kip, if he wanted to, could have killed Luke? Like, he could have killed him. Corran wouldn't have been able to kill Luke, because Luke is stronger than Corran. But Kip Duran could have killed him. The only reason that he didn't is because Jedi establishes that he doesn't want to. That's not a thing that he wants. The Jedi Academy trilogy never does that. He's just left unconscious. For no reason.
Book across the room moments in this. It's absolutely a terrible book. Anyway, when
you're right. Why doesn't
Luke is down when Exar Kun, kind of shoots his spirit out of his body? Who takes over? In the background, it's really Corran Horn. Corran Horn instructs everyone what to do. The students just look to him because he is their savior. In fact,
yes, no one else does it. Why didn't Kevin J. Anderson write the others doing that? Like there's Kam Solusa is there. Just make him do it. But if we know that it wasn't Kam, like why is Stackpole supposed to fix Kevin J. Anderson's mistakes?
Tony says, "Are you the?" I think his name was Karen Holocron. Just
what?
Karen Holocron.
Why?
Oh god. Okay.
Are you the prophesied? Are you the original, like legendary Karen Holocron come back as a ghost to save us all? I swear she says this. I totally forgot about it. He's like, no, just a surname. But yes, he's the savior of us all, I guess. And he comes up with
who else is it gonna be, Matt? And if it would be anyone other, why wasn't he exactly that before? No reason.
Plan on how to defeat Exar Kun. They didn't. He did, because Corran's the only one with a brain.
Yes. That's literally true. That's really true.
It's a problem.
if no one else did it, like, okay, the fact that Streen defends, like, guards Luke's unconscious body after Streen almost fell to the dark side, that makes no sense in the Jedi Academy trilogy. It's just written in there. There was no reasoning given for that. Corran gives reasoning for that because it's like, oh yeah, Exar Kun is doing stuff out of his own volition. Like, we can't force him out. We can only lure him out. And Streen guarding Luke is the best chance of that because he thinks he has him under his control already.
Here.
Like, it's not only that Corran comes up with all the ideas, it's that, like, all of the ideas are present and it was Corran who came up with them. No, it's that Corran is bringing up ideas that previously were just the characters being stupid. Like, because him doing that and positioning Streen next to Luke, now it makes sense. Because, like, okay, yeah, that's how we're gonna get Exar Kun to come out, because we can't go anywhere to find him. He's a ghost.
When Exar Kun approaches him to offer him, hey, I can help you find Mirax. I know where she is. We can do this. Okay, that is his whole purpose, right? That should tempt him. But no, he laughs him up. Evil spirit. Seriously, he laughs.
Yeah, because he knew how to get to him. By this point, they
figured it out already.
They figured out what his shtick is. They figured out his pattern. They know when he attacks. They know how he operates. Why would he give in now? Like, if this was like 3 weeks ago, yes. But they have him now. And, like, okay, maybe he's gonna offer him something. I guess that's something you could say. Oh, maybe he's gonna offer him some uber force ability. But
he's like, you're no danger to me. You can't fool me. You may have fooled Kip and Gantor's, but you can't fool me.
Yes, they were stupid.
My wife, she's fine. That's why I've been here for 10 weeks. Dumb.
That's not what happened.
I mean, if she isn't fine and he's there for 10 weeks, and if she is fine and he's there for 10 weeks, like, both of this is a problem, apparently, I guess. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's literally not what... It's legit not what happened.
Completely dumb. The story does not make any sense. Nonsensical story here.
What is the original story, I wonder?
Corran leaves the academy. He tells Luke he just can't agree with how he's running this because he's mad at Kip, right?
Based.
Kip got a
Okay. I wanna see this from the beginning. What?
Hand slap and moved on. He just can't agree with how he's running this because he's mad at Kip, right? Kip got a hand slap and moved on. And
not even that. He got promoted. Like, imagine you're a soldier, you rape a woman, and you get commander.
But Kip wasn't even a soldier. He was just a civilian. That's the problem.
He massacred billions of people, and he just gets away.
He's a civilian.
A civilian allowed to operate military craft that can destroy a solar system.
Destroy
billions
of being at a time.
And no one wants to damn. And everyone's like, "Yeah, Kip destroyed a solar system." Yeah, but you forgot something. In Kevin Janderson's trilogy,
here we go.
Why did she give him over to Luke? First off, it's a Jedi thing, but there's
no.
Look at that face.
Imagine a priest murders someone, and you're like, "Oh, we don't have any authority over you. We're gonna send it to the Pope." No, that's not a thing.
That's still a crime in your country.
That's never been a thing anywhere in either Star Wars or the real world. And it's literally not the reason why sends him back.
I'm gonna justify TCW real quick. So, you know when Ahsoka does the thing, like in season 5 or whatever, she people think she blows up the Jedi Temple. Do they just hand her over to the Jedi? No, they say we want the military to prosecute.
There's a court. You're right. Holy shit.
Jesus, no, TCW did it better than Jedi Academy.
Yeah.
Look, people really need to understand, and I don't know, people don't seem to acknowledge this. Like, people will always say, it's only an Imperial planet. Or it's like, oh no, it's a Jedi, so he's gonna go.
But what if it wasn't? He's a civilian.
Yeah, only that, but those are innocent people still.
Yeah, first of all of this is bullshit. Second of all these are civilians. And third of all, like, if I murder someone in let's say, I murder someone in Switzerland and go back to Germany, the German police will arrest me.
And hand you back to the Swiss.
Probably hand me back. And okay, you could argue, Republic and Empire are at war. But I guess they weren't really at war with Karida because, remember when they called...
Oh, yeah, they have like a guy from there who just walks around on Coruscant, spilling drinks on people.
And poisons the leader and gets to do weapon checkups on a planet that he has no jurisdiction on. But no, the explicit reasoning Mon Mothma gives is that we are a government, not a criminal court. That is.
Does your government not have a court?
Yes, obviously not. Apparently not. That is word by word. I'm not bullshitting here. I'm not because I hate the trilogy. This is literally her quote. She says we are not a criminal court. We are a government. This makes no sense. This is
Doesn't your you know how militaries have like court martials?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Doesn't your military have a court martial? Why?
Like, this is not a thing. It's bullshit. I'm sorry.
Very.
Oh man.
There's a few rumblings in the New Republic that he did a good thing. He wiped out a bunch.
Yeah, and I mean,
but they never had the conversation. They just ignored it.
I mean, people pointing that out, like Gambit Iblis, well, I guess he pointed it out, like, oh yeah, it was good. I mean, it harmed Imperials, and I mean, I guess it makes sense for people to think that. Like, of course, okay, yeah. Some people are gonna think like, oh yeah, this is an Imperial planet. Why do we care? Like, yeah, let them die.
But the conversation never happened in the book.
Yes, like, okay, there's rumblings. Okay, so is anything gonna happen? Is this a setup for something? Is there going to be a consequence? Like, is this going to influence anything? No, it's just, it's happening, I guess.
Kip's a Jedi now. That's it.
But like, even if they were Imperials, that doesn't mean it's a good thing. You just because you like bomb a Nazi youth center doesn't mean you did a good thing. That's a Stormtrooper Academy. That's the biggest Stormtrooper Academy in the galaxy. They take millions of recruits every year.
You bomb down an entire city because a Nazi youth camp is in there.
Yeah, exactly.
You bomb out the city around it. Okay, like, is that good? I mean, okay, you got your goal, I guess. The academy isn't a thing anymore. But was it that good? I mean, it would be at least a bit gray. At least.
All right, let's take the nukes into example. They were trying to get something from the nukes. Japan refused to surrender, and they sent several warnings. They said like
there was a build up to it. It wasn't just we dropped nukes and that's it.
It's like, please surrender, or we will drop nukes. Please surrender, or we will drop nukes. Please surrender, or we will drop nukes. And they didn't surrender, so we dropped the nukes, and we dropped them on very low populated secondary theaters.
It took two of them for them to actually.
There's C-tier cities to make sure that not too many people die, but Karida is like the biggest academy in the Imperial Remnant.
Also to not wipe out the culture, like not attack Tokyo, not Kyoto. Jesus. Choose places where it hurts, but you don't kill too many people, and you don't just destroy an entire culture.
Shoot someone in the legs.
Exactly, like it's maybe it sounds a bit simplifying, but it's basically that. Yeah, like he destroyed the entire planet.
And it was still a gray area after it was decided, and like,
Jesus Christ.
It's more than just they were Imperials and that's it. There's a full conversation that has to happen.
Yeah, people liked him doing that. Okay, so
imagine
influence on the court.
Imagine if like General MacArthur like grabbed a B-2 bomb or B-52 and like just went straight to Kyoto and bombed the shit out of that place. There would be a criminal court for him. He would go to jail. He would be court-martialed.
Yeah,
he would
him personally
never see the light of day. Yeah, exactly. He would never see the light of day.
Oh yes, some Americans like that because they keep attacking. Okay, so that doesn't change it. The court is happening.
This actually happened in World War I. That's how the Ottomans got involved because they were still debating whether or not to do it, and then one of the military members just like attacked some guy, and then they were like, "Guess we're at war now." So.
Might as well, yeah. We're here. I have no.
First off, it's a Jedi thing, but there's a few rumblings in the New Republic that he did a good thing. He wiped out a bunch of Imperials.
All right. Literally this time.
Civilians.
They were kids.
Yeah, Mon Mothma in Champions of the Force says you have the bloods of millions, perhaps even billions on your hands. You can't make the case to me that those all of them were purely military personnel.
And even if they were, like that's not acceptable.
Everyone is guilty of murder who's there. Okay.
And they weren't even certified like troopers yet. Those on the academy, at least, because that academy is massive. It takes up like at least half of the Carida Prime. And it takes. Yeah, the Carida.
The Death Star, like the Death Star is a purely military thing, and of course, innocent people are gonna die on that.
The Death Star was also in process of blowing up another world.
Yeah,
but it was self-defense.
It's an entire planet. Like
after destroying another planet.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they didn't really give them a choice. And again, if they didn't destroy it, there would be more consequences. But imagine what if Kip didn't destroy Carida? What if you know how? Can I spoil something in Vision of the Future for you, Jade? It's about the Empire. You know how the peace treaty, basically, between the Republic. That. Yeah. So I think that maybe if Kip didn't destroy Carida, I'm sure that the peace treaty would have come a lot earlier. Because I don't think the Remnant would be very happy about the Jedi letting a war criminal go free because the military doesn't have a court.
Jedi.
Yeah.
And especially, I'm gonna assume like become one of their most prestigious members.
That as well. Like imagine he would like this probably set the peace treaty back at least 10 years.
Yeah. And like I said, you have now made the perfect propaganda case for the Empire. Oh look,
they don't even need propaganda. They can just take a film, like just make a movie about it.
Yeah. Oh look at them. They complained about Alderaan, as if they are so much better. But look at them. They destroyed Carida and they're happy, and they're giving him a promotion and making him out to be a hero. Like, good on you.
Oh my god! It's
1 million Imperial soldiers in this moment.
Oh my god! It's like Tarkin. He's Tarkin.
It's like, yeah, I mean...
Do people call Tarkin a hero? No, they don't. Even though the planet had about like a million rebels, basically, it was the main rebel secret hideout, basically.
Yeah.
I'd say about 1 million people there were at least aligned with the Rebel Alliance, and maybe Carida had a few more of those, but that doesn't mean it's justified to destroy the entire solar system of that planet.
Yes. That is...
Do you think the New Republic would have let Tarkin walk free?
No. They wouldn't have let Darth Vader walk free.
They would, no.
Never. Like, this is not a thing. Like, what are they gonna say to the Darth Vader? Oh, we are a government, not a military court. Like, because you're a dark side member now, so everything you do is under Jedi jurisdiction. Okay, and Luke dies and there's no Jedi. What then?
Doesn't their government also own a military?
Yes.
Doesn't that military also have a court? Or like a military police? Or like...
Apparently not.
Apparently not, no.
Yes.
Right? They were the bad guy. Don't forget they were the bad guy.
Oh my... Jay doesn't think that, I know. No.
By now, I'm convinced that the New Republic are the bad guys.
Yep.
Like,
look at that face, though. That's like a face of a Wojak trying to justify something to you. Please, they were bad guys. They were bad guys.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we killed we destroyed a train with a bunch of children in it. But, I mean, there were Nazis in it, and they were the bad guys.
Oh.
Sure, they didn't deserve to die. Mass genocide, always bad.
Mm-hmm.
that takes up a shockingly low amount of time.
Yeah, an alarmingly short period of time. You should take like half the video explaining how this is bad.
Like, oh, wait. Oh, I'm afraid I have to make a screenshot of this face. I think I can do like very evil things with this face.
Matt Wilkins Wojak.
Yeah, I'll give him a nice little German mustache.
Right, got it, check. But if Corran Horn is coming so hard on Kip, well, you know what? Luke let those
Corran Horn is coming so hard on Kip.
Wait, what?
He said if Corran Horn is coming so hard on Kip.
Aim straight in his face and down his mouth like a
Take it back a little, I want to hear that again.
Sure, they didn't deserve to die. Mass genocide, always bad, right? Got it, check. But if Corran Horn is coming so hard on Kip, you know what? Luke let those...
Wait, okay, he's saying something about Luke now.
I got it, check. But if Corran Horn is coming so hard on Kip.
It's such a mess. Okay, I know what he means, but it's unfortunate.
Well, you know what? Luke let those world devastators destroy planets and
Yes!
millions die.
Yes, and that's a problem. That's a big problem. It's the same energy. It's a big problem. Yes, I 100%. Welcome to the Dark Empire hate side, Matt Wilkins. Welcome. Yes, that's true, and we never say otherwise. I mean, okay, he doesn't know who I am, but you know what I mean. Like, people bring that up. Like, yes, that's exactly like that. I agree. I
Right
agree.
there with you.
Because Luke was falling to the dark side and also biding his time. He could have just shut it down right then and there and approached the
Yes, I agree. Yes. What does that change about this?
Emperor, but he didn't.
Oh, it was always bad, so you don't have a case. Ah, okay. I guess so.
So millions died.
Yes.
No one has a problem with this. But
We do. Yes,
yeah.
in the Star Wars universe, no one has a problem with it because it's stupid. But we do, yes.
Kip kills off stormtroopers and the whole planet. I get a whole series of them. But the thing,
Don't gloss over that.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, okay, I guess billions of people and children and but stormtroopers.
thing is, though, it doesn't make sense. Why Luke gets
I agree.
off the
I
hook
completely
and
agree.
We can agree. We found common ground. It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Kip, Kip does it. Kip, everyone's mad at Kip. So
Yes. No one's mad at Kip. That's the problem. Only Corran is mad at Kip. And the fans are, for obvious reasons. But yes, no one is mad at Kip. People love him, and they promoted him. The only
What are
thing
you
he had to
doing?
do was destroy his favorite toy. That's all he had to do. And okay, I guess break his ribs.
And his
everyone
legs.
appreciates
And his
Corran
legs and his arms.
Horn voicing what every fan said, but every fan is ignorant, I guess.
Okay, I'll be ignorant.
I am happy to be ignorant for the rest. Like, every fan is ignorant. Like sometimes I sometimes when I listen to like Jordan Peterson, like sometimes he talks about dating, right? And he says like, okay, like you're a guy and you try to get women, and like all women reject you. Like, where's the problem? Are all the women the problem, or is it maybe the only constant throughout all scenarios that is the problem? Yes, perhaps it's true, and all fans are just ignorant, and the expanded universe is just full of idiots who don't know logic. Perhaps. I mean, perhaps.
Corran Horn is peak.
So everyone appreciates Corran Horn voicing what every fan said, but every fan is ignorant, I guess, I would say, in my opinion. But
That smile.
Look at him.
Perhaps he was also just joking. I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah.
know who Corran does listen to? He scolds Luke. He said, and Luke's like, "Oh, more food for thought. Thank you." Like, he gets his scolding, says thank you.
He's stronger in every part of this book. Still.
And then at the end, Corran's like, "No, you were right."
Yes,
I'm like,
he
oh.
says, if I were you at the first Death Star, I would have failed. If I was you against Darth Vader, I would have failed. He says that.
That means, that of course is watching sad to say, that means that Corran Horn is sub Vader.
Yeah.
Alright, great.
Who would have guessed?
It's like we're halfway through the book or something only.
Yeah.
It's actually, yeah.
I'm surprised Corran didn't slap him in the face too while he was at it. So,
Come on, man. Like, no, whatever.
the errant venture appears, and Luke's panicked. He's like, "Oh no, a Star Destroyer here! What is it?" He was, easy, Luke.
Is he?
That's my word.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Hitler mustache. Put a Hitler mustache. Put a Hitler mustache. That's perfect with it.
Right, I think. I do have a knack for. I mean, okay, it's a pause. Like, everyone looks bad in the pause.
It's
Like,
just funny.
yeah. Okay. Look. Luke doesn't really have a lot to do with Booster Tarek. Booster Tarek is Corran's father-in-law. Yeah, I think Corran would know what his father-in-law's Star Destroyer would look like.
Yeah.
Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps I'm crazy. I mean, I'm obviously ignorant already, so I might be also crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like Luke is a complete and utter doofus
No, he's not. But I know where he is.
in this book. Anyway, so he meets with Booster. Booster's mad about him not telling about Mirax. He's like, yeah, but we're going to find her now. So I guess they eventually has to continue. There's really no point of him going through the Jedi Academy trilogy.
That's not true. That's a lie. Sorry, that's a blatant lie. All of his Jedi training leads him to be able to save Mirax in the first place. That's a blatant lie. Like, that's not true. I'm sorry. It's not a way. It hasn't been a waste. It may seem like a waste of time in that beginning, but you're like, okay, he's learned stuff about the Force and about lightsaber combat. It will influence it in some way what he's gonna do. And surprise, surprise, it does. Like, setup, payoff.
The fuck
To
is
be
that?
honest, because
Never heard of it.
he makes his lightsaber with ease. It's so simple to do. He makes it with limited training. 10 weeks
He
training.
was taught
He's made
how
his
to do it.
lightsaber already.
Yeah. Yeah, and Ninja Halcyon,
He had
A
one
tra-
already too.
a trained Jedi. Yeah, first of all, he had one. Second of all, this guy called Ninja Halcyon, a trained Jedi who knows how to build a lightsaber. He had a way to to sloppily but in a fast way build another one. And he did that. Like, Corran built it with spare parts. One of his crystals gets destroyed in the middle of combat. Yeah. How would Luke know how to... He has constructed a lightsaber. We know that. We don't know... I don't know if we know how long it took. But okay, yeah. But Luke had a lot less resources. And Luke did
He had to
still
follow
very
it from a book.
I'll look in
Yeah.
the comments.
Oh, I don't want to. I know the comments. I've been in there. And,
No, on the live.
oh, I'm sorry. There's someone. Oh, Jay. Okay. Corran Horn is peak. Agreed. Oh, Jay. It's Quad. Also not the person. I know you. Yeah. I know you. Hey, do you agree that Darth Vader is weaker than Anakin Skywalker in Attack of the Clones? Because that's obviously something I would say. Stabby on life is pretty based, I have to say. Corran Horn one-shots Vader and then proceeds to one-shot the Emperor. I mean, obviously.
No. Corran Horn is definitely like one of the weaker Jedi, I'd say, in the order. I'd say maybe like Kent Hamner gets a little bit above him. You'll meet him later.
Tamith Kai prequel trilogy, I guess. PT? I'm not sure.
See, he genuinely thinks Attack of the Clones Anakin defeats Vader. It's so funny.
Matt Wilkins we have half a chapter. That's half a chapter more than we get in the Jedi Academy trilogy, which supposedly is about stuff like that. You're coping, Vic.
You don't know how power scaling works, do you?
Forget Luke's 2 years. He can do it in 10 weeks. He's Corran Horn.
That face, though.
That was
That was another face.
the German in me responded to that face, I have to say.
Makes the special one that Gantoris did that we're told was extra special and extra difficult.
Okay, how did Gantoris do it? How did Gantoris... What? Didn't
I
Gantoris
see myself in Kip. I see.
Gantoris built a better lightsaber. That's a fact. It's a fact because of the 3 crystals they both use. Only one of Corran's crystals is not strong and not dense enough to hold the energy, and it is useless mid-fight. Gantoris isn't. He built a perfect lightsaber. And if the argument is, oh, he gets help from Exar Kun, oh yeah, perhaps Corran Horn also got help from a Jedi, like Ninja Halcyon, and his story, and his archive, perhaps.
We're doing Arctic Phone after this, right?
I got a gym after this.
Well, but you know what? This is Corran Horn. Anything. I can do anything. He goes to visit his grandfather, who does teach him a lesson. He even apologizes to his grandfather for presuming too much. Yet there was no apology. Well, later on, he did apologize to Luke. I think I owe you an apology.
Yes!
He constantly says, you're better than me. And Corran would probably be like, of the good guys, probably is like one of the more quote-unquote arrogant ones. Because, okay, he's a pilot. Like, this is the sort of thing, like, he's competitive, he's sort of a douche sometimes, he's a dick. But, okay, it makes sense. And he constantly tells Luke how much better he is. And that Luke had all of these trials that he would have never made. And he apologizes to him constantly, and he says, like in the middle of the book, he says that, we're not failures. Like, don't consider us failures. We have other responsibilities. Like, we are, Mara Jade has the smugglers, the smuggler alliance, I guess. I mean, I hate that, but okay, you have to keep it. Corran Horn, I have, obviously he has to help his wife, and he generally feels a bit more attachment to the X-Wing and the Cossack stuff, which makes sense because that's what he was brought up with. But he constantly says, we're not failures. We came here, we learned what we had to learn, and we left again. I don't consider us failures, so don't you do it. He tells that, and he apologizes in the end.
Apology. I think I may have been too hard on you. And then Luke goes, no apology needed. I'm a sissy. Step.
I'm a sissy?
Luke is humble. He's not a sissy. And he himself says, no, okay, you shouldn't go back to the academy anymore. Like, you have other stuff to do. We just have different traditions. We have different paths. But we walk parallel to each other, which makes sense.
Like you and George Lucas's vision or whatever.
So.
Nope.
I don't know if it happens in comics. I'm just gonna doubt it for now. Yes, Corran himself said the only thing I could have done at this point, at this exact fight, to help him was hold his cape. That's what Corran himself told himself. I heard that a lot. I'm very satisfied. Chris Stuckman. Oh, God. Let's not talk about Chris Stuckman. It's a Pandora's box.
Matt Wilkins is better than Chris Stuckman. Come on.
Yes, I mean, Chris Stuckman is a different level. You can't quite compare.
Paul made sure of that. I'm stupid. He joins a group of pirates, to kind of undercover. He's his third alter ego here, and so he's a pirate here.
Wait, what?
Whoa.
What's the thing?
Undercover. He's his third alter ego here, and so
he's a third author. What? Am I
Undercover.
To kind of undercover his third alter ego here. So he's a pirate.
Alter ego.
It's a second alter ego.
Here, of course, he's trying to.
He's including himself, I guess, as one.
Oh, he's not trying to kill anyone. Wow, that sounds so stupid for a Jedi to do, and for a responsible person.
Kill. They were kids. Kaidus was once a kid. Now they're trying to kill each other.
What a big cuck. He doesn't want to slaughter fucking innocent Karmasi. What a big sissy. Am I right? Chat.
Based.
As a pirate, and always making excuses for it. And then after...
very sensible ones that he proves to be correct throughout the book. It makes sense. Like, hey, let's not destroy all these weapons because we can just collect them. That's like a basic thing.
2 missions, they make him the captain of the team. Not kidding, because he's the best. He's Corran Horn.
He does his first. He's like first little subgroup. Then he has the idea for a very, very successful strategy that proves 100% to go out in his favor, exactly like he said it. Others have done mistakes, like the one who I think even the one who he takes his position from. He wanted to attack. He does very smart decisions. Yeah.
He's the best, or whoever his name is. And then the admiral, who's in charge of these like 3 little squads of pirates, guess what? She falls in love with him. Why? Because he's...
Wait, does he mean Tavira? I guess he means Tavira.
Yeah, he is.
She doesn't fall in love with him. She wants to fuck him. That's her thing. She has distorted sexuality because she's probably been raped as a child. You reference the X-Wing comics, so you know that it's a thing. And she explicitly uses people for sexual gratification and for nothing else. She doesn't fall in love with him. I guess Corran Horn looks fine and he's successful. That's all she needs.
Corran Horn. She wants him so bad because she's the admiral. Admiral doesn't want anyone, but she wants Corran Horn. He's the best.
It's not true.
She has everyone.
She has a rotating harem of men.
She constantly takes people to her. Immediately after Corran preemptively rejects her, she gets another one. That's not true. It's I don't know if it's a lie or if he just doesn't remember, but it's not.
I think it's the latter.
Yeah, probably. It's not the case. Kaida sucks.
I agree.
Fabi has I think Stream Fabi is a different personality, I have to say. Hello, Quash. I'm your biggest fan, second to Dark Vader. Raped as a child like Ceres. Oh, I don't know who Ceres is. Fuck. But yeah, I mean, she was married as a minor. Any sex happening between the governor of Ayatu 6 and her is rape, per definition, because she can't consent. Yes, she's gonna have a fucked up sexuality. Who would have guessed?
I mean, seriously, it's like eating one spoonful of vomit after the next. Oh, I should mention this. When he constructs his lightsaber,
okay, whatever.
He goes, "Now I am a Jedi Knight." Oh, good. You just gave yourself that rank.
No. there's something very important happening next to that, in which he has introspection. It's like, okay, you know, I thought I would leave my Cossack stuff behind, like to become a Jedi, because I thought this was what I needed, like what I needed right now to, you know, to rescue Mirax. Then the academy was a bit disappointing, so I thought I would leave behind my Jedi thing and become like full on, you know, a military guy again. And towards this point, he's recognized, oh, you know, all of this, like me leaving the light behind a bit, and me not really following all of this. Now I am sort of on a false path, and I can't really recognize myself anymore. And it's like, maybe I shouldn't leave anything from me behind. Maybe all of this is part of my personal identity. Maybe I need to be all of this. And yes, a Jedi is something I am also.
Jedi.
Look, the term Padawan wasn't a thing. He can't call himself a Padawan. I mean, it's not been a thing. So
it's just apprentice now.
Apprentice. It's just an apprentice, yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure he isn't showing up at the academy tomorrow. Like, okay, yeah, I'm a knight now. So what's my place? No, obviously that's not the case.
I know Luke did, but that's because he thought he was the only Jedi left.
I mean, okay.
You're not. Later on, when Luke
Okay. Corran asks Luke, am I a Jedi Knight now? What's his response? No. Fuck yourself, I guess.
Teams up with Corran because he's going to help Corran go after Mirax.
Yes. Is he going to acknowledge that he saves his life and then that he is far better than him, in Corran's own opinion?
He goes,
no.
You've learned a lot. He said, we're no longer teacher-student. We're now allies. Like we're compadre. We're on the same level now. Yeah, because Michael Stackpole wanted you to know that Corran Horn is already a Jedi. At that moment, he became a Jedi Master, I guess, too.
Is he going to move on from
Luke? Oh, by the way, his grandfather dies in this adventure, and for some reason, after the adventure is basically over, Luke is still calling him Corran, Holocron. Why?
He's not.
Why? That was his alter ego when he was at the Jedi Academy, so no one knows he's at the Jedi Academy. Now, and they'd already saved Mirax too, and he keeps calling him Corran. Why? Because at the last chapter, he goes,
he's used to it, perhaps. I don't know. He's still in the middle of the mission. I mean, the mission isn't a success until the end. I don't know. Does he call him Corran in the epilogue? And even if it does, is this that big of a problem? I'm not sure. Wait, I'm actually just gonna look into the epilogue now. I want to see what Luke calls him, because I need to. So, if he even directly...
I honestly don't remember it.
I wouldn't either, because it's like a really, really irrelevant thing to do it. I mean, Luke asks Corran, okay, so Kieran Halcyon is dying here. So Luke clearly knows that, of course, he isn't Kieran Halcyon. Mostly because he shared that information with him. But here, the beginning of the epilogue. There you are, Corran. Luke said, like, Luke came to me like with a smile. He calls him Corran. It's not a thing.
I guess it's before then. I don't know.
Perhaps, yeah, but
it doesn't matter. Just move on.
Just go.
So, Corran, okay, what happened? Was he still undercover as one of your students when he was off the planet and Mirax is with him? I don't understand. Maybe that was just a mistake there. Probably was. Oh, I forgot this other one. So they're talking and Corran gets himself a drink. He said, "You want one?" Luke goes, "Yeah." So he throws it at Luke, but it hits Luke in the stomach because Luke is too stupid to catch it. And Luke goes, "Oof." He goes, "You got to run."
Am I? I mean, perhaps it is. I don't know.
I honestly don't remember.
I don't. I have to admit, I don't remember that.
Another face.
Yeah, because Luke's a complete doofus. Again.
Okay, so he's not gonna acknowledge that Corran multiple times, like he was saved, and he acknowledges that.
I've seen this video. He doesn't. Also, I have to drop. My friends here pick me up for gym. Fun with the last minute, I guess.
Have fun at the gym, and you too.
Whatever, we're almost finished anyway. So it's been very nice of you to be here. Also, not because you weren't on Brennan's stream. Have fun at the gym, and I guess we're gonna
get buff.
See you later.
See ya. Bye bye. All right, come on, we're almost there.
But like, I seriously hate Kaitis now. I hate him.
Welcome to the club, I guess. I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna join too sometime.
He's an abomination.
Again, another throw the book moment.
Whoa! Wait, hold on. So just because Corran, or just because Luke can't catch a bottle, he wants to throw the book at the wall. How does he get mad at that?
Imagine that was the worst thing we had to complain about in a Star Wars book.
Jesus, I would be so happy. I would have a Kaitis body pillow.
Dude, we would read all day, every day, and do nothing else. Like we would.
Yeah.
Because Jesus Christ, that would be awesome entertainment.
If the worst moment was a little bit of cringe when Luke just didn't catch a bottle, wow,
awesome. Please give me a universe which has that level of quality. I want it now.
It's so random at the end when Luke, I guess, grovels before Corran again because he's so great. Corran says, "I got a favor to ask." He went, "What's that?" And then it shows him destroying
Why does he always do
temple with his
weird faces with
Okay. Wait. Okay, so he says like, Corran has a favor to ask of Luke, and it's him destroying Exar Kun's temple. And I guess Matt doesn't like that. Remember how Kip Duran was the one to destroy the Sun Crusher?
Yeah.
Is that not somewhat comparable?
Yeah, it is.
With his X-wing starfighter, the spirit of Exar Kun is gone. It poses zero danger.
No, the Sith philosophy is ingrained into the walls of the temple. It's not irrelevant. And okay, Hitler is defeated, and we have like a 50-meter statue of him in the middle of Berlin. Why destroy the statue? I mean, Hitler is defeated.
Hitler's God, better keep it there.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
You see, the second after Palpatine died in Return of the Jedi, where I think maybe it's supposed to be like a vision, like a week in the future. I don't know. You see when they celebrate all over the planets, you can see some riders tearing statues of Palpatine died, Palpatine statue. And I think, I'm going to be honest, I think that scene takes place maybe a few days later, because the news wouldn't have broke to Coruscant immediately. Yeah, obviously, these planets wouldn't just, because they retcon these, the planets aren't free, they're having riots, basically.
Yeah.
Naboo isn't just suddenly free.
And Coruscant obviously isn't. We know when Coruscant
definitely not. Like Sonny Isard and St. Pestich were like killing people every day.
Yep. Okay.
Now, but Corran's gonna blow it up. Boom! Yeah! You can see like some little, teeny bop song at the end as it freezes above an exploding.
I'm not sure that's the thing.
Temple, it's a freeze frame, and the action flying away. The motion picture's frozen, but you hear him going, yeah! Some poppy song as the credits go. Awful. I would even say don't read this. Boy, did it retain its #1 spot on the worst books of all time. Worst books of all time. Again, at the beginning, I tried giving it a shot. I tried forgiving things. But the book says, no, unforgiving. You must bow to Corran. You must kneel before the God of the universe, who does everything right, who has zero problems. I mean, it didn't take long to find Mirax.
That's not true. That's bullshit.
Could have skipped the Jedi Academy completely, but no, we had to show that Corran is smarter than any other Jedi, that's including Luke, and he's better at anything than any other Jedi, that's including Luke, and he can find Mirax on his own. Nothing comes.
He didn't find Mirax on his. He got help. Elegos. He didn't mention Elegos a single time.
Elegos.
Luke clearly saved him, and Corran acknowledges he's 10 times, 20 times better than him.
Of course. Don't spoil the thing.
It's hard to him. Terrible novel. Awful.
Wonderful.
Why did I reread it? Oh, because of the show. All right. The good news is that's all for now.
All right. Anyway, of course. Naboo isn't free. It's a riot, and people in riots say like Black Lives Matter. I mean, while they don't. That's how it works.
So wait. Yes, we don't have the word Padawan doesn't exist yet. Yes, and Corran is as well. He constantly says how much stronger that Luke is than him, and how he wouldn't have done anything as well as he did if he was in the same situations. Perhaps, and yeah, exactly. Not even that. Like,
Suddenly. Oh, you missed the arc. You missed the arc.
Go in the Discord. Go in the Discord. You're gonna have a little history there. I guess that's what I'm looking forward to. Huh? Yes, with the power of friendship, which wasn't even the worst thing, but it was. God. Can you imagine?
Yeah, it's like Black Lives Matter.
Yes. He gets his ribs broken. He got saved by Mara Jade. Like, he could have died. Okay. Anyway. We still love you, Matt. Yeah. Anything you have to say before we go?
At least it's not. He likes Allegiance, by the way. He thinks Allegiance. Yeah, he likes Allegiance.
Oh, I guess.
Have you read Allegiance?
I have not. No.
You lucky bastard.
I don't think I've read any Rebel era. I guess you could somewhat count A.C. Crispin's Solo Trilogy as sort of Rebel era, but I have not read any Rebel era books.
Allegiance is a scam, by the way.
I've heard, but I'm gonna see how that looks like.
I paid $20 for.
Yeah. So that's it for iJedi. We finished, unfortunately, because it's gonna be it's gonna be a while, I think, until I enjoy
Children of the Jedi.
I don't think I'm gonna do Children of the Jedi next week. I think that's impossible.
I'm gonna finish. I want to finish Invincible first before I go on to another series.
That's gonna be fun. Yeah. I'm not sure. I might do like Dark Forces next Saturday, or maybe just don't do anything. I'm not sure yet. It might be Dark Forces, but yeah, Children of the Jedi would be next. Yay! iJedi is a fucking great book. It deserves all of the praise and quite a bit of criticism, but fair one. And yeah, that's all we have for today, I guess. So see ya. Bye bye.